While many assume that samurai were exclusively male warriors, history tells us a different story. Female samurai, known as Anabugeisha, were a formidable presence on the battlefield, and their weapons specialization was nothing short of impressive. One of the most iconic weapons associated with female samurai was the naginata, a long pole arm with a curved blade at the end. This weapon was particularly suited to women due to its reach and versatility. The naginata allowed Anabugeisha to keep opponents at a distance, negating any advantage male warriors might have had in terms of physical strength. Tomo Gozen, perhaps the most famous Anabugeisha, was renowned for her skill with the naginata. Historical accounts describe her as a warrior who was a match for 1,000, capable of defeating male samurai in one-on-one combat. Her proficiency with the naginata was so great that she became a symbol of female martial prowess in Japanese history. But the naginata wasn't the only weapon in a female samurai's arsenal. Many Anabugeisha were also skilled in the use of the kaiken, a small dagger often concealed in the folds of their kimono. This weapon served a dual purpose. It was both a last line of defense in close combat and, in more desperate situations, a means of preserving honor through ritual suicide. The tessen, or war fan, was another weapon favored by female samurai. At first glance, it might seem like an ordinary folding fan, but in the hands of a skilled Anabugeisha, it became a deadly weapon. Made of iron ribs with sharpened outer spokes, the tessen could be used for striking, blocking, or even throwing. Its inconspicuous nature made it an ideal weapon for self-defense, allowing female samurai to be armed even in situations where carrying a sword might be prohibited or inappropriate. Some Anabugeisha also specialized in archery, a skill highly valued in samurai culture. The yumi, or Japanese longbow, was a formidable weapon that required great strength and skill to master. Female archers played crucial roles in castle defense, using their elevated positions to rain arrows down on attacking forces. It's important to note that while these weapons were favored by female samurai, their training wasn't limited to just these. Many Anabugeisha were also proficient with the katana and other traditional samurai weapons. The goal was to be a well-rounded warrior, capable of adapting to any combat situation. The weapons specialization of female samurai wasn't just about combat effectiveness. It was also a reflection of their status in society. By mastering these weapons, Anabugeisha proved that they were every bit as capable as their male counterparts, challenging the gender norms of their time and carving out a unique place in Japanese martial history. As we drift off to sleep, let's remember these remarkable women who defied expectations and became legends in their own right. Their mastery of diverse weapons and combat techniques reminds us that skill, determination, and courage know no gender boundaries. While the tales of male samurai often dominate our understanding of feudal Japan, the story of female warriors, or onabugeisha, is equally fascinating and complex. These women faced unique challenges and social limitations that their male counterparts did not encounter. In feudal Japanese society, women were generally expected to fulfill traditional roles as wives and mothers. However, some women of the samurai class received training in martial arts and were prepared to defend their homes in times of war. Despite this, their path to becoming full-fledged warriors was fraught with obstacles. One of the most significant limitations faced by female samurai was the societal expectation that they would prioritize their duties as wives and mothers. While men could dedicate themselves fully to the art of war, women were often torn between their martial training and their domestic responsibilities. Education was another area where female samurai faced restrictions. While male samurai received extensive education in literature, philosophy, and military strategy, women's education was often limited to more domestic pursuits. This disparity in knowledge could put female warriors at a disadvantage on the battlefield and in strategic planning. The weapons available to female samurai were also different from those used by men. While male samurai wielded the iconic katana, female warriors were more likely to use the naginata, a pole weapon with a curved blade. This weapon was considered more suitable for women due to its reach and the ability to keep opponents at a distance. Armor presented another challenge for female samurai. Traditional samurai armor was designed for men's bodies, making it ill-fitting and potentially cumbersome for women. Some female warriors adapted by wearing lighter armor or modifying existing designs, but this could leave them more vulnerable in combat. Perhaps the most significant limitation faced by female samurai was the lack of formal recognition. While there were notable exceptions, such as Tamo Gozen and Nakano Takiko, most female warriors did not receive the same honors or positions of authority as their male counterparts. Their contributions to battles and clan politics often went unrecognized or were attributed to male family members. The social expectations placed on female samurai also limited their ability to fully embrace the warrior lifestyle. They were often expected to maintain a balance between their martial skills and feminine virtues, a challenge that male samurai did not face to the same degree. Despite these limitations, many female samurai found ways to excel and make significant contributions to their clans and families. They developed unique fighting styles that played to their strengths and used their intelligence and cunning to overcome the obstacles placed in their path. The story of female samurai is a testament to the resilience and adaptability of women in a society that often sought to limit their potential. While they may not have enjoyed the same freedoms and recognition as male samurai, their legacy continues to inspire and intrigue us to this day. While the image of the samurai is often associated with male warriors, Japan's history also boasts remarkable female samurai who left an indelible mark on the nation's martial legacy. These women, known as Onabugeisha, were trained in the art of war and played crucial roles in times of conflict. Let's explore some of the most notable female samurai who shattered gender norms and fought alongside their male counterparts. First, we have Tomo Gozen, perhaps the most famous Onabugeisha in Japanese history. Born in the 12th century, Tomo was known for her exceptional beauty, but it was her prowess in battle that truly set her apart. She was described as a superb archer, skilled swordswoman, and fearless rider. Tomo fought alongside her master, Minamoto no Yashinaka, during the Genpei War, leading charges against enemy forces and reportedly taking many heads in battle. One of Tomo's most legendary feats occurred during the Battle of Owazu in 1184. As the tide turned against Yashinaka's forces, Tomo remained on the battlefield, fiercely defending her lord. It's said that she faced off against Uchida Iyoshi, a warrior of great renown, and emerged victorious, taking his head as a trophy. Her fate after the battle remains a mystery, with some accounts claiming she became a nun, while others suggest she continued her life as a warrior. Another remarkable female samurai was Nakano Takiko, who lived during the tumultuous final years of the Tokugawa shogunate. Born in 1847, Takiko was trained in the martial arts from a young age and became proficient in the use of the naginata, a pole weapon consisting of a long shaft with a curved blade at the end. During the Boshin War in 1868, Takiko led an all-female unit of about 20 to 30 warriors in defense of the Aizu domain against the imperial forces. In what would become her final battle, Takiko charged into the fray, naginata in hand, inspiring her fellow warriors with her bravery. She reportedly took down several enemy soldiers before being fatally shot in the chest. In her last moments, Takiko asked her sister to cut off her head to prevent it from becoming a trophy for the enemy. Her head was buried beneath a pine tree at the Hakkai Temple, where a monument now stands in her honor. Lastly, we have Hojo Masako, often referred to as the Anashogun, or female shogun. Though not primarily known for her martial skills, Masako wielded immense political power and influence during the Kamakura period. Born into the influential Hojo clan, she married Minamoto no Yoritomo, who would become the first shogun of the Kamakura shogunate. After Yoritomo's death, Masako took the tonsure and became a Buddhist nun, but this did not diminish her political authority. Masako continued to exert control over the shogunate, manipulating succession and making key political decisions. She played a crucial role in thwarting the plans of her son, Minamoto no Yori, who sought to diminish the power of the Hojo clan. Her actions ensured the continued dominance of her family and the stability of the shogunate for years to come. These remarkable women demonstrate that the way of the samurai was not exclusive to men. They fought with valor, led with wisdom, and left an enduring legacy that continues to inspire to this day. Their stories remind us that in the world of the samurai, skill, courage, and honor transcended gender boundaries. As we conclude our exploration of female samurai, it's clear that these warrior women were far more than mere footnotes in history. Their stories of bravery, skill, and determination challenge our preconceptions about gender roles in feudal Japan. From the legendary Tomo Gozen, who led charges into battle and struck fear into the hearts of her enemies, to the strategic brilliance of Hojo Masako, who shaped the political landscape of her time. These women proved that the way of the sword knew no gender. We've also seen how the Onabujasha tradition evolved over time. In the early periods, women like Nakano Takiko fought alongside men on the battlefield. Later, as societal norms shifted, female samurai like Nakano Takiko continued to uphold their martial traditions, even as their roles became more focused on defending their homes and families. It's important to remember that these women faced incredible odds. They had to overcome not just their enemies, but also societal expectations and prejudices. Yet, they persevered, mastering the arts of war and leadership in a world that often sought to confine them to more traditional roles. The legacy of these female samurai extends far beyond the battlefields of feudal Japan. Their stories inspire us to question our assumptions about historical gender roles and remind us that courage and skill are not bound by gender or societal expectations. As we drift off to sleep tonight, let's reflect on the indomitable spirit of these warrior women. Their tales of bravery and resilience serve as a powerful reminder that history is often more diverse and complex than we might initially assume. The female samurai stand as a testament to the strength and capability of women throughout history, challenging us to reconsider our understanding of the past and inspiring us to break barriers in our own lives. As we leave behind the tale of the 47 Ronin, we turn our attention to another fascinating aspect of samurai culture. The next story delves into the intricate world of Bushido, the moral code that governed the lives of these legendary warriors. Prepare to explore the principles that shaped the samurai's unwavering dedication and honor. Now, let's delve into the intriguing world of samurai nutrition. What fueled these legendary warriors? Their diet was as disciplined as their swordsmanship, and it might surprise you. From simple rice to exotic delicacies, the samurai menu was both practical and symbolic. Now, let's delve into the daily meals of a samurai. Contrary to popular belief, the samurai diet wasn't all about exotic delicacies. and lavish feasts. In fact, their meals were quite simple and practical, designed to fuel their bodies for the demands of their lifestyle. The foundation of the samurai diet was a combination of rice, vegetables, and fish. Rice, being the staple food of Japan, formed the base of almost every meal. It was typically served as gohan, which is plain steamed rice, or sometimes as akyu, a rice porridge eaten during times of illness or dietary restrictions. Vegetables played a crucial role in the samurai diet, providing essential nutrients and fiber. Common vegetables included daikon radish, sweet potatoes, bamboo shoots, and various pickled vegetables known as tsukimono. These pickles not only added flavor, but also helped preserve food in an era without refrigeration. Fish was the primary source of protein for samurai. Living on an island nation, Japan had an abundance of seafood. Samurai would consume a variety of fish, both raw as sashimi and cooked in various ways. Popular choices included salmon, tuna, and mackerel. On occasion, they might also eat chicken or other poultry, but red meat was rare in their diet. Miso soup, a fermented soybean paste broth with seaweed and tofu, was a common side dish that provided additional nutrients and helped with digestion. The fermentation process of miso also introduced beneficial probiotics to their diet. Interestingly, the samurai were known to practice a form of intermittent fasting called Ikajuasai, which translates to one soup, one side. This practice involved eating 2 meals a day, typically consisting of a bowl of rice, a bowl of miso soup, and one side dish. This simple approach to eating was believed to promote discipline, conserve resources, and maintain physical fitness. Tea, particularly green tea, was an important part of the samurai's daily routine. Not only was it a refreshing beverage, but it also held cultural significance in formal tea ceremonies. Green tea provided antioxidants and helped maintain alertness during long hours of training or meditation. It's worth noting that the samurai diet varied depending on rank and wealth. Higher-ranking samurai had access to a wider variety of foods and could afford luxuries like sake, rice wine, and sweets. However, even among the elite, moderation was valued, and overindulgence was seen as a sign of weakness. The samurai approach to food wasn't just about sustenance. It was deeply intertwined with their philosophy of life. They believed in the concept of hara hachibu, which means eating until you're 80% full. This practice of mindful eating helped prevent overeating and promoted overall health. In essence, the samurai diet was a reflection of their disciplined lifestyle. Simple, nutritious, and balanced. It provided the energy needed for their rigorous training and duties, while embodying the principles of moderation and mindfulness that were central to the samurai code. The life of a samurai wasn't just about mastering the sword. and upholding a code of honor. Even their diet posed unique challenges that would make most modern individuals struggle to adapt. Let's delve into the nutritional hurdles faced by these legendary warriors. First and foremost, the samurai diet was primarily plant-based, with rice serving as the cornerstone of their nutrition. While this might sound appealing to some, the reality was far from a culinary delight. The rice consumed by samurai was often of poor quality, sometimes even moldy or mixed with other grains to stretch supplies. Protein sources were limited and often consisted of small amounts of fish, occasionally supplemented with wild game or poultry. Red meat was a rarity, as Buddhism discouraged the consumption of four-legged animals. This meant that building and maintaining muscle mass was a constant challenge for these warriors. Vegetables played a crucial role in the samurai diet, but the variety was limited by seasonal availability and preservation methods. Pickled vegetables were common, providing much-needed vitamins and minerals, but the high salt content could lead to other health issues over time. One peculiar aspect of the samurai diet was the concept of ikejusansai, or one soup, three sides. This austere meal structure emphasized simplicity and portion control, a far cry from the abundant and diverse food options we're accustomed to today. Hydration was another significant challenge. While we take clean drinking water for granted, samurai often had to rely on tea as their primary source of hydration. The belief that untreated water could cause illness meant that boiling water for tea was a necessity, not a luxury. The samurai's relationship with alcohol, particularly sake, was complex. While it was consumed for ceremonial purposes and as a social lubricant, excessive drinking was frowned upon, as it could impair a warrior's judgment and reflexes. Fasting was also a common practice among samurai, both for spiritual reasons and as a way to train the body to endure hardship. These periods of intentional hunger would be particularly challenging for those accustomed to regular meals and snacks. Nutritional deficiencies were a constant concern. The lack of dairy in the traditional Japanese diet meant that calcium intake was often insufficient, leading to potential bone health issues. Vitamin B12, primarily found in animal products, was another nutrient that could be lacking in their largely plant-based diet. Moreover, the concept of eating for pleasure was often secondary to viewing food as fuel for the body. Meals were typically simple and functional, lacking the variety and flavors that many of us consider essential to an enjoyable dining experience. In times of war or famine, the samurai diet became even more austere. Warriors might have to subsist on minimal rations, sometimes resorting to eating tree bark or grass to stave off hunger. This level of dietary deprivation would be unthinkable for most people today. So the next time you're faced with a bland meal, or find yourself craving a specific food, remember the samurai. Their ability to thrive on a diet that many would find unpalatable is yet another testament to their legendary discipline and endurance. As we delve deeper into the life of a samurai, let's explore an aspect that might surprise you: their diet, particularly the ceremonial foods that played a significant role in their culture. While the everyday meals of a samurai were often simple, special occasions called for elaborate and symbolic dishes. One of the most important ceremonial foods for samurai was rice. Not just any rice, but mochi, a sticky rice cake that held deep cultural significance. During New Year celebrations, samurai families would gather to pound steamed rice into a smooth, elastic dough, then shape it into round cakes. This process, known as machitsuki, was not just about food preparation. It was a bonding ritual that strengthened family ties and community spirit. Another ceremonial dish was kaiseki, a multi-course meal that originated from the tea ceremony. Kaiseki wasn't just about satisfying hunger. It was an art form that celebrated the changing seasons and the beauty of nature. Each dish was carefully prepared and presented, often featuring seasonal ingredients and intricate garnishes. For samurai, participating in a kaiseki meal was a demonstration of their refined tastes and cultural knowledge. During important events like weddings or coming-of-age ceremonies, samurai families would serve osjai ryori, a collection of traditional New Year's foods packed in special lacquered boxes called jubako. Each dish in osjai had a symbolic meaning. For example, kazunoko, or herring roe, represented fertility and a wish for many children, while kuramame, or sweet black soybeans, symbolized good health. One cannot discuss samurai ceremonial foods without mentioning sake, the rice wine that played a crucial role in many rituals. Sake was used in religious ceremonies to seal alliances and to celebrate victories. The ritual of sake sharing, called sakazuki, was a solemn affair that could even formalize the relationship between a lord and his retainer. For samurai, the consumption of these ceremonial foods was not just about nourishment or pleasure. It was a way to connect with their cultural heritage, reinforce social bonds, and express their values. The careful preparation and presentation of these dishes reflected the samurai ideals of discipline, attention to detail, and appreciation for beauty. Interestingly, some samurai also practiced a form of fasting called mizugori, where they would abstain from solid foods and survive on water alone for short periods. This practice was believed to purify the body and mind, enhancing their spiritual and martial abilities. As we can see, the samurai approach to food, especially ceremonial foods, was deeply intertwined with their philosophy and way of life. It wasn't just about filling their stomachs. It was about nourishing their spirits, honoring their traditions, and reinforcing their identity as warriors and cultured individuals. So, the next time you enjoy a piece of mochi or sip some sake, remember you're partaking in a tradition that once held great significance for the samurai of feudal Japan. It's a delicious way to connect with history, don't you think? While the basic samurai diet remained consistent across Japan, regional variations added unique flavors and ingredients to their meals. Let's explore how geography and local resources influenced samurai cuisine in different parts of the country. In the northern regions of Japan, such as Hokkaido and Tohoku, samurai had access to an abundance of seafood. Their diets often included salmon, cod, and various shellfish. The cold climate also meant they relied more heavily on preserved foods. A northern samurai might start his day with a hearty breakfast of Menu Item 1, grilled salted salmon. Menu Item 2, miso soup with seaweed and tofu. Menu Item 3, pickled vegetables. Menu Item 4, a side of cooked rice. Moving to central Japan, including regions like Kanto and Chubu, samurai diets incorporated more freshwater fish from rivers and lakes. The fertile plains in these areas also provided a variety of vegetables and grains. A typical meal for a samurai in central Japan might consist of Menu Item 1, grilled freshwater eel. Menu Item 2, steamed rice. Menu Item 3, miso soup with local vegetables. Menu Item 4, pickled daikon radish. In western Japan, particularly in the Kansai region, samurai cuisine was influenced by its proximity to the imperial court in Kyoto. This area was known for its refined tastes and cooking techniques. A samurai meal in western Japan might include Menu Item 1, simmered tofu in a delicate broth. Menu Item 2, grilled sea bream. Menu Item 3, seasonal vegetables prepared with minimal seasoning. Menu Item 4, a small serving of sake rice wine. The southern regions of Japan, such as Kyushu and Shikoku, benefited from a milder climate and diverse marine life. Samurai in these areas enjoyed a wider variety of fresh produce and seafood year-round. A southern samurai's meal could feature Menu Item 1, sashimi made from local fish. Menu Item 2, rice mixed with barley. Menu Item 3, miso soup with flying fish stock. Menu Item 4, stir-fried vegetables with citrus ponzu sauce. It's important to note that while these regional variations existed, they were subtle. The core principles of samurai nutrition remained consistent across Japan. A balance of protein, carbohydrates, and vegetables, with an emphasis on simplicity and moderation. These regional differences in samurai diets not only reflected the available resources, but also played a role in shaping local culinary traditions that persist in Japan to this day. The samurai's appreciation for local ingredients and their commitment to a balanced diet contributed to the development of Japan's renowned cuisine. As we've seen, the samurai diet was far from monotonous. It was a reflection of Japan's diverse landscapes and the ingenuity of its people in making the most of local resources. This adaptability in diet mirrored the samurai's adaptability in combat and strategy, allowing them to thrive in various environments across the country. As we delve deeper into the life of a Ronin, we must consider one of the most challenging aspects of their existence: their diet, especially during times of famine. The samurai class, including Ronin, faced significant hardships when it came to sustaining themselves during periods of scarcity. During times of abundance, a samurai's diet was relatively diverse, consisting of rice, fish, vegetables, and occasionally meat. However, during famine periods, which were not uncommon in feudal Japan, Ronin faced dire circumstances that tested their survival skills to the extreme. Rice, the staple food of Japan, became scarce during famines. Ronin, without the support of a lord or clan, often found themselves at the bottom of the social hierarchy when it came to food distribution. They would resort to consuming millet, barley, or even tree bark to stave off hunger. One particularly gruesome practice that emerged during severe famines was the consumption of famine grass, or hunger grass. This wild plant, while providing some sustenance, was also toxic and could lead to severe illness or death if consumed in large quantities. Foraging became a crucial skill for Ronin during these times. They would scour forests and fields for edible plants, mushrooms, and roots. However, this practice was fraught with danger, as misidentification could lead to poisoning. Fishing, when possible, provided a valuable source of protein. Ronin, who lived near coastal areas or rivers, had a slight advantage in this regard. They would use makeshift fishing tools, or even their own weapons, to catch fish, eels, and other aquatic life. In extreme cases, some Ronin resorted to banditry or theft to obtain food. This desperate act not only went against the samurai code of honor, but also put them at risk of severe punishment if caught. The choice between starvation and dishonor was a moral dilemma that many Ronin faced during these harsh times. Water was another critical concern during famines. Clean water sources often became contaminated or dried up, forcing Ronin to travel long distances in search of safe drinking water. Some resorted to collecting rainwater or melting snow to quench their thirst. The physical toll of malnutrition on Ronin during famines was severe. Many suffered from weakness, disease, and a compromised immune system. This made them more susceptible to infections and less capable of defending themselves or finding work as mercenaries or bodyguards. It's important to note that the samurai class, including Ronin, were not accustomed to manual labor, such as farming. This lack of agricultural skills further complicated their ability to produce food for themselves during times of scarcity. The psychological impact of constant hunger and the struggle for survival cannot be overstated. Many Ronin faced depression, anxiety, and a loss of purpose as they grappled with their reduced circumstances and the daily fight for sustenance. In conclusion, the diet of a Ronin during famine periods was a stark reminder of their precarious position in society. Without the support of a clan or lord, these masterless samurai often faced the harshest consequences of food scarcity, pushing them to the limits of human endurance and challenging their adherence to the samurai code. As we conclude our exploration of the samurai diet, it's clear that their eating habits were as disciplined as their martial arts training. The simplicity and nutritional balance of their meals played a crucial role in maintaining their physical prowess and mental acuity. The samurai's diet, centered around rice, fish, and vegetables, provided them with the necessary energy and nutrients to endure long hours of training and combat. Their preference for lean proteins and complex carbohydrates helped them maintain the stamina required for their demanding lifestyle. Interestingly, the samurai's approach to food extended beyond mere sustenance. Their meals were often a reflection of their philosophical beliefs, emphasizing moderation, respect for nature, and the importance of ritual. The act of eating itself was considered a meditative practice, with each bite taken mindfully. It's worth noting that while the samurai diet may seem austere by modern standards, it was actually quite varied and nutritious for its time. The inclusion of fermented foods like miso and pickles not only added flavor, but also provided essential probiotics, supporting gut health and immunity. The samurai's disciplined approach to eating also extended to their drinking habits. While sake was consumed, it was done so in moderation, as excessive drinking was seen as a sign of weakness and lack of self-control. In today's world of fast food and processed meals, we can learn much from the samurai's approach to nutrition. Their emphasis on whole, natural foods and mindful eating practices could be beneficial for our modern lifestyles, potentially improving both physical health and mental well-being. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on how we might incorporate some of these ancient wisdom into our own daily lives. Perhaps by adopting a more mindful approach to our meals, we too can cultivate the discipline and balance that were hallmarks of the samurai way of life. As we leave behind the tale of the 47 Ronin, we turn our attention to another fascinating aspect of samurai culture. The code of honor that governed these warriors was not just about loyalty and revenge, but also about personal conduct and spiritual growth. In our next story, we'll explore how one samurai's pursuit of enlightenment led him down an unexpected path. The art of Japanese sword making is a centuries-old tradition, shrouded in mystery and revered for its precision. These blades, forged in fire and folded countless times, became extensions of the samurai themselves. But the process was far from simple. The art of Japanese sword making is a process steeped in tradition, skill, and an almost mystical reverence for the craft. Our journey into the world of the katana begins not with the clash of steel, but with the careful selection of ore. This crucial first step would determine the quality and strength of the final blade. In feudal Japan, swordsmiths didn't simply use any iron ore they could find. They sought out a specific type called tamahaging, or jewel steel. This wasn't mined from the earth like most iron, but rather created through a laborious process, using iron sand found in riverbeds and beaches. The creation of tamahaging was a spectacle in itself. Swordsmiths would construct a large clay furnace called a tatara. This furnace, standing about 4 feet tall and 12 feet long, was a temporary structure built anew for each smelting process. Over the course of 3 days and nights, workers would feed the tatara with layers of charcoal and iron sand. The intense heat, reaching temperatures of up to 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, would cause the iron to separate from the sand and collect at the bottom of the furnace. But not all of this iron was suitable for sword making. After the smelting process, the resulting bloom of steel would be broken apart and sorted. The highest quality pieces, rich in carbon and relatively free from impurities, would be selected for use in the sword's cutting edge. These chosen pieces of tamahaging were far from uniform. They varied in carbon content, with some areas being harder and others more malleable. This variation was actually desirable, as it allowed the swordsmith to create a blade with a hard, sharp edge and a more flexible core and back. The selection process was so critical that master swordsmiths would often travel long distances to be present when the tatara was opened. They would personally inspect and select the pieces of tamahaging they deemed worthy of becoming part of their blades. It's worth noting that this meticulous ore selection process was unique to Japanese sword making. In many other sword making traditions around the world, the quality of the steel was often more uniform, and the emphasis was placed more on the forging techniques rather than the initial material selection. The importance of this ore selection cannot be overstated. The unique properties of the carefully chosen tamahaging, combined with the skillful forging techniques we'll explore next, are what gave the katana its legendary combination of hardness and flexibility. As we move forward in our exploration of samurai sword making, remember that every step, from this initial ore selection to the final polishing, was carried out with the utmost care and reverence. The swordsmiths believed they were not just crafting weapons, but creating works of art imbued with their own spirit. The art of Japanese sword making is a complex and revered process, with the folding technique being one of its most iconic aspects. Let's delve into this intricate method that has captivated sword enthusiasts for centuries. The folding process begins with the smelting of tamahaging, a high-carbon steel produced from iron sand. This raw material is then carefully selected and sorted based on its carbon content. The chosen tamahaging is heated to extreme temperatures in a forge, reaching over 1300 degrees Celsius. Once malleable, the steel is hammered into a rough bar shape. This is where the true artistry begins. The swordsmith folds the hot steel over itself, typically using a large hammer to create a U-shape. The folded steel is then hammered flat, effectively welding the two halves together. This process is repeated multiple times, usually between 10 to 20 folds. But why go through such a laborious process? The answer lies in the unique properties it imparts to the blade. Each fold helps to distribute carbon evenly throughout the steel, reducing impurities and creating a more homogeneous structure. Additionally, the folding process creates layers within the steel. These layers contribute to the sword's strength and flexibility, allowing it to absorb impact without shattering. It's this combination of hardness and flexibility that made Japanese swords so formidable on the battlefield. The number of folds can vary depending on the swordsmith's preference and the desired qualities of the final blade. Some historical accounts claim swords were folded thousands of times, but modern metallurgy suggests that beyond about 20 folds, the benefits become negligible. As the steel is repeatedly folded and hammered, it develops a distinctive grain pattern known as hada. This pattern becomes visible after the blade is polished and can range from straight lines to more complex, swirling designs. The folding process also contributes to the creation of the hamon, the temper line visible on the blade. This line is formed during the differential hardening process, where the edge is cooled more quickly than the spine, creating a harder cutting edge and a more flexible back. It's worth noting that contrary to popular belief, the primary purpose of folding wasn't to remove impurities from poor quality steel. While it did help in this regard, the main goal was to create a blade with the ideal balance of hardness and flexibility. The folding process is just one step in the complex art of Japanese sword making. It's followed by shaping, heat treatment, and polishing, each step requiring immense skill and patience. The result is a blade that's not just a weapon, but but a work of art, embodying centuries of tradition and craftsmanship. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the rhythmic sound of the hammer striking hot steel, the glow of the forge, and the dedication of the swordsmith, folding and refolding, creating a masterpiece that would be treasured for generations. The legendary katana, the soul of the samurai, was not merely forged. It was born through a process as intricate as it was ingenious. At the heart of this process lay a technique known as differential hardening, a method that gave the katana its unique combination of strength and flexibility. Picture, if you will, a master swordsmith in feudal Japan, hunched over his forge in the pre-dawn hours. The air is thick with the scent of hot metal and wood smoke. In his calloused hands, he holds a blade that has been folded and hammered countless times, its steel now containing layers numbering in the thousands. But the true magic is yet to come. The swordsmith carefully applies a mixture of clay and charcoal to the blade. This coating is not uniform. It's thicker on the spine and thinner on the cutting edge. This seemingly simple step is the key to differential hardening. As the blade is heated to a critical temperature, glowing a brilliant orange red, the swordsmith watches with unwavering focus. At precisely the right moment, he plunges the blade into a trough of water. The sudden cooling or quenching causes the metal to harden rapidly. However, the varying thickness of the clay coating means that different parts of the blade cool at different rates. The thinner coated edge cools fastest, becoming extremely hard but brittle. The thicker coated spine cools more slowly, remaining softer and more flexible. This differential hardening creates the hallmark curve of the katana, known as the sorai. As the blade cools, the harder edge contracts more than the softer spine, naturally pulling the sword into its distinctive shape. But more importantly, it gives the katana its legendary cutting ability combined with surprising flexibility. The result is a blade with a razor-sharp, incredibly hard cutting edge that can slice through armor and bone, married to a more flexible back that can absorb the shock of heavy blows without shattering. This unique combination made the katana one of the most fearsome and respected weapons in history. But the process doesn't end there. After quenching, the blade undergoes careful tempering to relieve internal stresses and fine-tune its properties. The swordsmith heats the blade again, this time to a lower temperature, and allows it to cool slowly. This process is repeated several times, each cycle bringing the blade closer to perfection. The final step in this intricate dance of fire and steel is polishing. Far more than just making the blade shine, polishing reveals the hamon, the visible line between the harder edge and softer spine. This wavy pattern, unique to each blade, is both a mark of beauty and a testament to the skill of the swordsmith. Differential hardening was not just a technique, it was an art form, a philosophy captured in steel. It embodied the samurai ideal of balancing strength with flexibility, hardness with resilience. In many ways, the katana was a physical manifestation of the Bushido code itself. So the next time you see a katana, remember, you're not just looking at a sword. You're witnessing centuries of tradition, skill, and artistry, all captured in a blade that embodies the very spirit of the samurai. The art of Japanese sword making doesn't end with the forging process. In fact, some would argue that the most crucial stage comes after the polishing. This meticulous process can take weeks, even months, to complete, and is essential in bringing out the true beauty and functionality of the blade. The polishing of a Japanese sword, known as tajishi, is a highly specialized skill that takes years to master. It's not just about making the blade shiny. It's about revealing the intricate grain patterns of the steel, enhancing the sword's cutting ability, and ensuring its longevity. The process begins with rough polishing, using a series of increasingly finer whetstones. The polisher, or tajishi, starts with coarse stones to remove any imperfections left from the forging process. This initial stage is crucial as it sets the foundation for all subsequent polishing. As the polisher moves to finer stones, they begin to reveal the hada, or grain pattern of the steel. This pattern, unique to each sword, is a result of the folding process during forging. A skilled polisher can enhance these patterns, making them more visible and aesthetically pleasing. One of the most important aspects of polishing is working on the hamon, the temper line that separates the harder edge from the softer spine of the blade. This line, created during the differential hardening process, is not just decorative, but also indicates the sword's quality and the smith's skill. The polisher uses special techniques to bring out the hamon, carefully balancing the contrast between the harder and softer areas of the blade. This process requires an intimate understanding of how light interacts with the steel's surface. As the polishing progresses, the tajishi moves to even finer stones and eventually to special polishing compounds. These final stages are where the blade truly comes to life, developing a mirror-like finish that can reflect light with astonishing clarity. But it's not just about aesthetics. The polishing process also refines the blade's cutting edge. By carefully working the edge, the polisher can enhance its sharpness and durability. A well-polished blade will cut more efficiently and maintain its edge for longer. Throughout the process, the polisher must maintain a delicate balance. Over-polishing can actually damage the sword, wearing away too much material and potentially weakening the blade. It takes years of experience to develop the touch and judgment necessary to know when to stop. The final result of this painstaking process is a blade that is not only beautiful, but also perfectly functional. A well-polished Japanese sword is a true work of art, reflecting centuries of tradition and craftsmanship in every gleaming surface. It's worth noting that the polishing process doesn't end when the sword leaves the workshop. Regular maintenance, polishing, is necessary to keep the blade in top condition. This ongoing care is part of what makes owning a Japanese sword a lifelong commitment. The creation of a samurai sword was not merely a physical process, but a deeply spiritual one. The swordsmith's craft was intertwined with Shinto beliefs and Buddhist practices, elevating the forging of a blade to a sacred ritual. As we delve into the spiritual elements of sword making, let's begin with the purification rituals. Before even touching his tools, the swordsmith would undergo a period of fasting and abstinence. This cleansing of body and mind was believed to create a pure vessel for the divine inspiration needed to craft a perfect blade. The forge itself was considered a sacred space. Shinto shrines were often built within or near sword-making workshops. The god of the blacksmith, Kaniego no Kami, was invoked through prayers and offerings before the forging process began. As the swordsmith worked, he would often chant sutras or mantras. These Buddhist prayers were believed to imbue the blade with spiritual power and protection. The rhythmic sound of hammering would blend with the chants, creating a mesmerizing atmosphere of focused devotion. The folding of the steel, a crucial step in creating the blade's strength and flexibility, was seen as a metaphor for purifying the metal of impurities. This process, repeated up to 20 times, was likened to the Buddhist concept of reincarnation and spiritual refinement through multiple lives. Water used in the quenching process was often drawn from sacred springs or blessed by Shinto priests. This final cooling of the red-hot blade was believed to capture the essence of water spirits within the steel, granting the sword additional mystical properties. The hamon, or temper line, visible on the blade, was not just a mark of craftsmanship, but also held spiritual significance. Different patterns were associated with various deities or natural phenomena, such as the gunome pattern representing rolling waves, or the choji pattern resembling clove flowers, sacred in Shinto practices. Even the act of naming the sword was steeped in spirituality. Many blades were given names that invoked deities, natural forces, or legendary heroes. These names were carefully chosen to reflect the sword's intended purpose or the qualities desired in its wielder. The final step in the spiritual journey of sword making was often a dedication ceremony. The completed blade would be presented at a Shinto shrine, where priests would perform rituals to bless the sword and officially bring it into existence as more than just a weapon, but as a spiritual entity in its own right. This deep spiritual connection between the swordsmith, the blade, and the divine realm created swords that were revered as much for their mystical properties as for their cutting edge. Samurai believed that the spirit of the sword would work in harmony with their own, guiding their actions in battle and serving as a moral compass in times of peace. The legacy of this spiritual approach to sword making continues to influence modern Japanese culture, with many contemporary swordsmiths still observing traditional rituals and practices in their craft. It serves as a reminder that in the world of the samurai, the line between the physical and spiritual realms was often blurred, with each sword representing a tangible link between the two. The art of Japanese sword making, as we've seen, was not merely a craft, but a spiritual journey. These master craftsmen poured their entire beings into creating blades that were more than just weapons. They were works of art, symbols of honor, and extensions of the samurai's soul. The process, taking months or even years to complete, resulted in swords of unparalleled quality. The folding of the steel, sometimes up to 20 times, created blades with tens of thousands of layers. This intricate method not only strengthened the sword, but also gave it a distinctive wavy pattern known as hada, visible on the blade's surface. But the creation of these masterpieces came at a great cost. Swordsmiths often worked in challenging conditions, exposed to extreme heat and toxic fumes. Many suffered from respiratory issues and burns. The dedication required was immense, with some swordsmiths even living ascetic lifestyles to purify their spirits before forging. The result of this painstaking process was a sword that could slice through multiple bodies in a single stroke, yet remained sharp enough to cut a floating silk scarf. These blades were so revered that they were often passed down through generations, becoming family heirlooms and national treasures. In fact, some of the most famous swords in Japanese history have names and legends attached to them. The Honjo Masamune, for instance, was considered one of the finest swords ever made. Created by the legendary swordsmith Goro Nudo Masamune, it was so sharp and strong that it was said to be able to cut through armor without losing its edge. As we conclude this segment on sword making, it's important to remember that these blades were more than just tools of war. They were the embodiment of the samurai spirit, a perfect balance of beauty and lethality, tradition and innovation. The legacy of these master craftsmen lives on, not just in museums and collections, but in the enduring fascination with Japanese sword-making techniques that continue to inspire artisans and enthusiasts around the world to this day. As we conclude our exploration of the samurai's strict code of honor, we find ourselves at the threshold of another fascinating aspect of their culture. The rigorous discipline that governed their lives extended far beyond the battlefield, shaping every facet of their existence. Now, let's turn our attention to a lesser known, but equally intriguing element of samurai life: their unique and often surprising dietary habits. Now, let's journey into the world of Japanese castle life. These formidable fortresses weren't just military strongholds. They were bustling communities, each with its own unique culture and customs. From the lowliest servant to the daimyo himself, life within these stone walls was a complex tapestry of duty, honor, and intrigue. Life within a Japanese castle during the feudal era was a carefully orchestrated dance of duty, tradition, and hierarchy. Let's explore the daily routine of those who called these formidable fortresses home. Dawn broke early for the inhabitants of a castle. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the morning mist, the castle would already be stirring with activity. The day began with the changing of the night guard. Samurai, who had kept vigil through the dark hours, would be relieved by their fresh-faced counterparts, ready to assume their posts for the day ahead. Meanwhile, in the kitchens, cooks and their assistants would be bustling about, preparing the morning meal for the lord and his family, as well as simpler fare for the rest of the castle's inhabitants. The castle lord or daimyo would typically rise shortly after dawn. His personal attendants would assist him in dressing, a process that could be quite elaborate depending on the day's planned activities. If there were no pressing matters of state to attend to, the lord might begin his day with a period of meditation or prayer, often in a specially designated room within the castle. As the morning progressed, the castle would come fully to life. Servants would go about their daily chores, cleaning, maintaining the grounds, and attending to the needs of the higher-ranking residents. For the samurai retainers, the day might involve weapons training, strategy meetings, or administrative duties, depending on their rank and responsibilities within the castle hierarchy. Education was highly valued, and many castles had dedicated areas for study. Young samurai would spend part of their day learning not just martial arts, but also literature, calligraphy, and other scholarly pursuits. The women of the castle, particularly those of higher rank, would often engage in artistic activities such as flower arrangement, tea ceremony, or poetry composition. Throughout the day, messengers might arrive with news from other domains or from the capital. These messages would be carefully screened and then delivered to the appropriate officials or to the lord himself. Meals were served at regular intervals, with the quality and variety of food reflecting one's status within the castle. The lord and his family would dine on the finest cuisine, while lower-ranking samurai and servants had simpler fare. As evening approached, activity in the castle would begin to wind down. The guard would change once again, with the night watch taking their positions along the walls and at key points within the fortress. Before retiring, the lord might gather with his closest advisors to discuss the day's events and plan for the morrow. This was often done over sake, in a more relaxed setting than the formal meetings of the day. As night fell, the castle would gradually quiet, with only the occasional call of the night watchman breaking the silence. But even in these peaceful moments, vigilance was maintained, for in feudal Japan, danger could strike at any time. This daily routine, repeated day after day, year after year, formed the rhythm of life within Japan's great castles. It was a life of discipline, duty, and tradition, all played out within the stone walls and wooden halls of these magnificent strongholds. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, we must not forget the intricate web of politics that often surrounded them, especially within the confines of castle walls. Life in a feudal Japanese castle was far from the romanticized tales of constant battle and honor. Instead, it was a hotbed of political maneuvering, alliances, and betrayals. Imagine yourself as a samurai serving in the castle of a powerful daimyo during the Sengoku period. Your days would be filled with more than just martial training. You'd be constantly navigating a complex social hierarchy where one wrong move could mean disgrace or even death. The castle itself was a microcosm of feudal society. At the top sat the daimyo, the regional lord, surrounded by his most trusted advisors and high-ranking samurai. Below them were various levels of retainers, each vying for favor and position. Every interaction, every word spoken, could have political implications. One of the most crucial skills for a castle-dwelling samurai was not swordsmanship, but the art of reading the room. You'd need to be acutely aware of the shifting alliances and rivalries among the different factions within the castle. Who was in favor with the daimyo this week? Which clan was falling out of grace? These were questions that could mean the difference between promotion and demotion, or even life and death. Let's consider a typical scenario. The daimyo is planning a campaign against a neighboring clan. As a mid-ranking samurai, you might find yourself caught between two senior retainers with opposing strategies. One advocates for a swift, aggressive attack, while the other proposes a more cautious approach. Your choice of which strategy to support could have far-reaching consequences. Back the wrong horse, and you might find yourself out of favor, or worse, suspected of disloyalty. Support the winning strategy, and you could see your status rise dramatically. But it wasn't just about military matters. Castle life was rife with personal intrigues as well. Marriages were political tools, used to cement alliances or broker peace. As a samurai, you might find yourself tasked with arranging such unions, navigating the delicate balance between clan interests and personal feelings. Even something as seemingly innocuous as a tea ceremony could be laden with political significance. The order in which guests were served, the quality of the utensils used, even the topics of conversation. All were carefully orchestrated to convey messages of favor or disfavor. In this environment, information was power. Samurai often maintained networks of spies and informants, both within the castle and beyond its walls. Knowing the right piece of information at the right time could be more valuable than the sharpest sword. Life within a feudal Japanese castle was a complex web of social hierarchies, and nowhere was this more evident than in the relationships between samurai and their servants. While samurai were the warrior elite, they relied heavily on a vast network of servants to maintain their lifestyle and the castle's operations. These relationships were far from simple and often blurred the lines between social classes. At the top of the servant hierarchy were the personal attendants of high-ranking samurai. These individuals, known as kosho, were often from lower-ranking samurai families themselves. They served as confidants, advisors, and even bodyguards to their masters. One famous example is Hardening, who served as a kosho to the legendary daimyo Taikta Shinjin. Toratene's loyalty and wisdom were so valued that Shinjin often consulted him on military strategies. Below the kosho were various specialized servants. The churi managed the lord's schedule and correspondence, while the tonri acted as pages, running errands and delivering messages throughout the castle. Interestingly, many of these roles were filled by young samurai as part of their training. This system, called kimono, allowed aspiring warriors to learn the intricacies of castle life and build valuable connections. The kitchen staff, led by the hacho, or head chef, held a surprisingly influential position. They were responsible not only for preparing meals, but also for detecting potential poisons, a crucial skill in the often treacherous world of samurai politics. At the lower end of the spectrum were the ashigaru, foot soldiers, who performed various menial tasks when not in battle. Despite their low status, skilled ashigaru could sometimes rise through the ranks to become full-fledged samurai. One such example is Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who began his career as a sandal bearer, but eventually rose to become one of Japan's greatest unifiers. The relationships between samurai and their servants were governed by a strict code of conduct. Servants were expected to show unwavering loyalty and respect, while samurai were bound by honor to treat their subordinates fairly. However, this ideal was not always realized. Historical records reveal instances of both extreme cruelty and remarkable kindness from samurai towards their servants. The diary of a 17th century castle maid, recently discovered in Hikone, provides a rare glimpse into the daily lives of these often overlooked individuals. She writes of long hours, strict rules, but also moments of camaraderie and even affection from her samurai employers. Perhaps most intriguing were the relationships between samurai and their wakashu, young male attendants who often served as both servants and apprentices. These bonds could be deeply personal, sometimes even romantic, challenging our modern notions of class and gender in feudal Japan. As we peel back the layers of castle life, we find a world far more nuanced than simple masters and servants. It was a delicate ecosystem where rank, duty, and human emotions intertwined in fascinating ways. Understanding these relationships gives us a richer, more human perspective on the samurai era, reminding us that even in a highly stratified society, connections between individuals could transcend the rigid boundaries of class and status. Castle life for a samurai wasn't all about grand battles and heroic deeds. Much of their time was spent on the mundane but crucial task of defending the castle. Let's explore the daily defensive duties that occupied a samurai's life within the fortress walls. First and foremost, samurai were responsible for manning the watchtowers. These tall structures provided a panoramic view of the surrounding landscape, allowing for early detection of approaching threats. Samurai would rotate shifts, spending hours scanning the horizon for any signs of danger. During their watch, they had to remain vigilant, looking out for smoke signals, dust clouds from approaching armies, or any unusual movement in the distance. This task required immense patience and concentration, as a moment's distraction could mean the difference between safety and a surprise attack. When not on watchtower duty, samurai would patrol the castle walls. This involved walking along the ramparts, checking for structural weaknesses, and ensuring that all defensive mechanisms were in working order. They would inspect arrow loops, ensuring they were clear and ready for use in case of siege. Samurai also had to maintain and test the castle's defensive weapons. This included regular inspections of catapults, ballistae, and stores of rocks, or flammable materials used for repelling attackers. They would conduct drills to ensure rapid deployment of these weapons if needed. Another critical aspect of castle defense was controlling access. Samurai were tasked with guarding the main gates and checking the credentials of anyone seeking entry. This required a keen eye for detail and a good memory for faces, as they needed to recognize regular visitors while remaining wary of potential spies or infiltrators. In times of peace, samurai would engage in regular training exercises within the castle grounds. These drills simulated various attack scenarios, helping to keep the defenders sharp and prepared for any eventuality. They would practice coordinated responses, signaling systems, and rapid mobilization techniques. Interestingly, samurai were also responsible for fire prevention within the castle. Given that many castles had wooden structures, fire was a constant threat. They would conduct regular inspections, ensuring that fire buckets were filled and strategically placed, and that everyone knew their role in case of a fire outbreak. During sieges, the defensive duties intensified dramatically. Samurai would work in shifts, manning the walls continuously, ready to repel attackers at any moment. They would help operate siege engines, pour boiling oil on scaling enemies, and engage in archery duels with besieging forces. Even in times of relative peace, the samurai's life in a castle was one of constant readiness. They lived by the motto, "Peace is war," understanding that their vigilance was the key to the castle's security, and by extension, the safety of their lord and clan. While the life of a samurai was often filled with training and duty, there were moments of leisure and entertainment within the castle walls. Let's explore some of the activities that samurai and other castle inhabitants engaged in during their downtime. One popular pastime among samurai was the game of Go. This ancient board game of strategy and tactics was not just a form of entertainment, but also a way to hone one's mental acuity. The game of Go is like a miniature battlefield. Each move must be carefully considered, just as we plan our strategies in war. Poetry composition and appreciation were also highly valued activities. The ability to craft elegant verses was considered a mark of refinement and culture among the samurai class. In the stillness of night, cherry blossoms fall softly. My sword gleams, waiting. This haiku exemplifies the blend of natural beauty and martial readiness that was often present in samurai poetry. Tea ceremonies were another important leisure activity, serving as both a social event and a spiritual practice. The ritualized preparation and consumption of tea provided a moment of tranquility amidst the often tumultuous life of a warrior. Each movement in the tea ceremony must be precise and meaningful, much like the disciplined movements of a samurai in combat. For physical recreation, many samurai practiced archery not just as a martial skill, but also as a meditative art form. The focus required to hit a target from a great distance was seen as a way to cultivate mental discipline. The bow bends, the arrow flies true. In this moment, my mind is clear, my spirit focused. Music was also an important part of castle life. The haunting sounds of the shakuhachi flute or the melodic strumming of the biwa lute could often be heard echoing through the castle corridors. Music soothes the warrior's heart and reminds us of the beauty that we fight to protect. Falconry was a pursuit enjoyed by higher-ranking samurai and nobles. The art of training and hunting with birds of prey was seen as a noble and refined activity. The falcon, like a samurai, is loyal, swift, and deadly. To master its training is to understand the very essence of Bushido, Finally, storytelling was a beloved pastime, with tales of legendary warriors, supernatural beings, and historical events being shared around the castle. These stories served not only as entertainment, but also as a way to pass down cultural values and moral lessons. Listen, young ones, to the tale of the 47 Ronin, whose loyalty and honor shine like beacons through the ages. These leisure activities provided a necessary balance to the rigorous life of a samurai, allowing for moments of reflection, creativity, and social bonding within the castle walls. They remind us that even in a world defined by martial prowess, there was always room for art, contemplation, and the finer things in life. As we conclude our exploration of castle life in feudal Japan, it's clear that the samurai's existence within these fortified walls was far from the romanticized tales often depicted in popular culture. The daily life of a samurai in a castle was a delicate balance of strict discipline, constant vigilance, and unwavering loyalty. From dawn to dusk, every aspect of a samurai's routine was governed by an intricate code of conduct. The early morning sword practice sessions weren't just a display of martial prowess, but a spiritual exercise, hunting both body and mind for the challenges that lay ahead. The meticulous care given to their armor and weapons wasn't mere vanity, but a crucial task that could mean the difference between life and death on the battlefield. Yet life within the castle walls wasn't solely focused on warfare. The samurai were also expected to be cultured individuals, well-versed in literature, poetry, and the arts. Many spent their evenings engaged in intellectual pursuits, writing haiku or practicing calligraphy by candlelight. These activities weren't just pastimes. They were integral to the samurai's role as the educated elite of their society. The political machinations within the castle added another layer of complexity to the samurai's life. Alliances were formed and broken, often over shared meals or during seemingly casual conversations in the castle's corridors. A samurai had to be as adept at reading subtle social cues as they were at wielding a katana. Perhaps most importantly, the life of a castle-dwelling samurai was one of constant readiness. Even in times of peace, the threat of attack or betrayal loomed large. The weight of responsibility to their lord, their fellow samurai, and the common people they were sworn to protect was ever present. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the multifaceted nature of the samurai's castle life. It was a world of contradictions, where brutal violence coexisted with refined artistry, where unwavering loyalty could lead to both great honor and tragic downfall. The legacy of these castle-dwelling warriors continues to fascinate us, offering a glimpse into a complex and captivating chapter of Japan's rich history. As the echoes of our last tale fade, we find ourselves at another crossroads in our journey through samurai lore. The path ahead leads us to a story that blends honor, strategy, and unexpected alliances. Prepare yourselves for a tale that will challenge your perceptions of loyalty in the world of the samurai. As we delve into the art of samurai warfare, prepare to uncover the cunning strategies and deadly tactics that shaped Japan's battlefields. From intricate formations to psychological warfare, these techniques were the difference between victory and defeat. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai warfare, we cannot overlook the importance of formation fighting. This tactical approach was a cornerstone of samurai battlefield strategy, allowing them to maximize their effectiveness against larger armies. The most common formation used by samurai armies was the yanmoji, or cross formation. This setup divided the army into 4 main groups: vanguard, right wing, left wing, and rear guard. Each section had its own commander and specific role in battle. At the heart of this formation was the sashimono, a back flag used to identify different units. These colorful banners allowed commanders to track troop movements and issue orders across the chaotic battlefield. The vanguard, or senkan, was typically composed of the most skilled and bravest warriors. Their job was to lead the charge and break enemy lines. These samurai often sought individual glory through one-on-one duels with enemy champions. Supporting the vanguard were the right and left wings, known as yukin and seiken, respectively. These units would flank the enemy, preventing escape and capitalizing on any weaknesses in their formation. The rear guard, or kashan, served multiple crucial roles. They protected the main force from surprise attacks, guarded supplies, and acted as a reserve force that could be deployed to reinforce other units as needed. Archers and gunners, when present, were typically positioned at the front of each unit. They would unleash volleys of arrows or bullets to soften enemy formations before the close quarters combat began. One particularly effective tactic was the kyuzashi, or breakthrough strategy. This involved concentrating forces at a single point in the enemy line, creating a gap that could be exploited to divide and conquer the opposing army. Samurai commanders also employed the tsujigache, or crossroads tactic. This involved splitting the army into smaller units that would attack the enemy from multiple directions simultaneously, causing confusion and panic. Communication on the battlefield was key to maintaining these formations. Commanders used a variety of tools, including drums, conch shells, and hand signals to relay orders across the noisy battlefield. The effectiveness of these formations was evident in many famous battles. For instance, at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600, Tokugawa Ieyasu's superior tactical deployment allowed his forces to overcome a numerically superior enemy. However, as warfare evolved, so did tactics. The introduction of firearms in the 16th century gradually changed the face of samurai warfare, leading to new formations and strategies that incorporated these powerful weapons. Despite these changes, the principles of formation fighting remained crucial to samurai warfare until the end of the feudal era. The discipline and coordination required to maintain these formations in the heat of battle were hallmarks of the samurai's legendary martial prowess. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai warfare, we cannot overlook the crucial role of mounted combat in battlefield tactics. The art of fighting from horseback was a skill highly prized among samurai, and mastering it could mean the difference between life and death on the chaotic battlefields of feudal Japan. Samurai horsemen, known as kibamasha, were a formidable force on the battlefield. Their elevated position gave them a significant advantage, allowing them to survey the entire field of battle and make swift, decisive moves. The horse itself was not just a mode of transportation, but an essential part of the samurai's arsenal. One of the most iconic weapons used in mounted combat was the yari, or spear. Its long reach made it perfect for striking opponents from horseback. Samurai would often charge into battle with their yari extended, using the momentum of their horse to add devastating power to their thrusts. But the yari wasn't the only weapon at their disposal. Many mounted samurai also carried their trusty katana, which they could use for close quarters combat or to finish off fallen enemies. Some even wielded the naginata, a pole weapon with a curved blade, which was particularly effective at unseating other mounted opponents. The art of mounted archery, or yabusame, was another crucial skill for samurai horsemen. This involved firing arrows at targets while riding at full gallop, a feat that required incredible balance, timing, and precision. Mounted archers could rain down arrows on enemy formations, causing chaos and confusion before the main forces engaged. Training for mounted combat began at a young age for samurai. They would spend countless hours perfecting their horsemanship, learning to control their mount with their legs and feet alone, leaving their hands free to wield weapons. This symbiosis between rider and horse was essential for effective combat. One of the most famous mounted samurai was Takebana Munashige, a daimyo who lived during the late 16th century. He was renowned for his skill in horseback riding and his ability to wield the naginata from horseback with deadly precision. His exploits on the battlefield earned him the nickname, the Lion of Heisen. Tactics for mounted combat varied depending on the terrain and the nature of the enemy. In open fields, samurai horsemen would often employ the yabusame kyuzashi technique, where they would charge at the enemy while firing arrows, then wheel around for another pass. This tactic was particularly effective against infantry formations. In more confined spaces or against other mounted units, samurai would engage in close quarters combat, using their spears or swords to strike at opponents while maneuvering their horses with expert precision. The ability to control one's horse in the chaos of battle was as important as skill with weapons. As firearms became more prevalent on Japanese battlefields, the role of mounted combat began to change. Samurai had to adapt their tactics to deal with the threat of guns, often using hit-and-run tactics or serving as mobile command units rather than frontline shock troops. Despite these changes, the skills and traditions of mounted combat remained an important part of samurai culture until the end of the feudal era. Even today, demonstrations of yabusame are performed at shrines and festivals, keeping alive the memory of these skilled warrior horsemen and their crucial role in shaping Japanese history. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai warfare, we cannot overlook the crucial role of archery in battlefield tactics. The bow and arrow were not just weapons, they were extensions of the samurai's spirit and skill. Kyujutsu, the art of archery, was one of the most revered martial arts in feudal Japan. Samurai began their training in archery at a young age, often as early as 5 years old. This early start ensured that by the time they reached adulthood, the bow was as natural in their hands as their own limbs. The yumi, or Japanese longbow, was a formidable weapon, standing over 2 meters tall. Unlike Western bows, the yumi was asymmetrical, with the grip located about 1/3 of the way from the bottom. This unique design allowed mounted archers to use the bow effectively from horseback. One of the most renowned archery techniques was yabusame, or mounted archery. Picture this: a samurai galloping at full speed, expertly controlling his horse with his knees, while drawing and releasing arrows with deadly precision. It was a sight that struck fear into the hearts of enemies and awe in allies. The arrows themselves, known as ya, were works of art. Fletched with eagle or hawk feathers and tipped with a variety of arrowheads for different purposes, these projectiles could pierce armor at distances of up to 100 meters. The most skilled archers could even shoot whistling arrows, or kaburia, used for signaling on the battlefield. But archery wasn't just about raw power. It was a spiritual practice as well. The way of the bow, or kyudo, emphasized the importance of proper form and mental discipline. Samurai archers were taught to become one with the bow, to breathe life into their arrows, and to release them as naturally as exhaling. One fascinating technique was the turnback shot, or jayakuya. This involved an archer shooting behind himself while riding away from the target. It was not just a show of skill, but a tactical maneuver to discourage pursuit. The importance of archery in samurai culture is evident in the saying, "The bow and horse are the wings of the samurai." This phrase encapsulates how central these skills were to a warrior's identity and effectiveness on the battlefield. As firearms began to appear in Japan in the 16th century, the role of the bow in warfare diminished. However, its spiritual and cultural significance never waned. Even today, Kyudo is practiced as a form of moving meditation, a way to cultivate self-discipline and inner peace. The legacy of samurai archery lives on, reminding us that true mastery is not just about hitting a target, but about achieving harmony between body, mind, and spirit. As you drift off to sleep, imagine the whisper of arrows in flight, carrying with them centuries of tradition and the indomitable spirit of the samurai. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai warfare, we must consider the pivotal role that weather played in battlefield tactics. The skilled samurai generals knew that understanding and exploiting weather conditions could mean the difference between victory and defeat. Let's start with the impact of rain on samurai warfare. A sudden downpour could transform a battlefield in minutes, creating muddy terrain that hindered cavalry charges and made it difficult for foot soldiers to maintain their footing. The weight of waterlogged armor also became a significant factor, potentially slowing down even the most agile warriors. One famous example of whether influencing battle outcomes occurred during the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. On the morning of the conflict, a thick fog blanketed the battlefield, providing cover for Tokugawa Ieyasu's forces to position themselves advantageously. As the fog lifted, Tokugawa's troops were able to launch a surprise attack, catching their opponents off guard and ultimately securing a decisive victory. Wind direction was another crucial consideration for samurai commanders. Strong winds could affect the accuracy of archers and the effectiveness of smoke screens. Clever generals would position their forces to take advantage of favorable winds, ensuring their arrows flew true while their enemies struggled to aim effectively. During sieges, prolonged periods of rain or drought could have significant impacts on the outcome. Heavy rains could flood defensive moats, making castles more vulnerable to attack. Conversely, drought conditions could dry up water supplies within a besieged fortress, forcing defenders to surrender or risk dehydration. The changing of seasons also played a role in military strategy. Many daimyo preferred to conduct campaigns during the milder spring and autumn months, avoiding the extreme heat of summer and the harsh cold of winter. However, some cunning commanders used the harsh winter conditions to their advantage, launching surprise attacks when their enemies least expected it. One such example is the winter campaign of Yusugi Kenshin against the Hojo clan in 1561. Kenshin led his troops through snow-covered mountain passes, catching the Hojo forces completely unprepared and securing a swift victory. Samurai armor and weapons were also adapted to various weather conditions. Some armor sets included special coatings to repel water, while certain sword techniques were developed specifically for use in rainy conditions when the grip on the weapon might be compromised. As we can see, the samurai's understanding of weather and its impact on warfare was highly sophisticated. Their ability to adapt to and exploit various weather conditions was a testament to their strategic prowess and contributed significantly to their legendary status as warriors. In our next segment, we'll explore how these weather considerations influenced the development of samurai castles and fortifications. But for now, let the gentle patter of rain on feudal rooftops lull you into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of misty battlefields and the clash of steel in the storm. Samurai weren't just masters of the sword. They were also skilled in the art of psychological warfare. Let's explore how these warriors used mind games to gain an edge on the battlefield. One of the most famous tactics was the use of war cries, or kiai. These weren't just random shouts, but carefully crafted intimidation techniques. Samurai would unleash blood-curdling screams to unnerve their opponents before battle even began. Imagine standing on the battlefield, your heart already racing, when suddenly the air is filled with terrifying yells that seem to shake the very ground beneath your feet. This psychological assault could break an enemy's resolve before a single sword was drawn. Another tactic was the use of fearsome armor designs. Samurai helmets, or kabuto, often featured intricate and menacing decorations. Some had demon-like faces, others sported antlers or crescent moons. These weren't just for show. They were designed to strike fear into the hearts of enemies. One particularly intimidating design was the mempo, a face mask that covered the lower half of the face. These masks often had grimacing expressions, fangs, or mustaches, transforming the samurai into terrifying, otherworldly beings on the battlefield. But psychological warfare wasn't just about looking scary. Samurai also employed more subtle tactics. For instance, they might spread false rumors about their army's size or strength. This could make enemies hesitant to attack or cause them to make poor strategic decisions based on misinformation. Some samurai were known to engage in psychological duels before physical combat. They would exchange verbal taunts and boasts, each trying to intimidate the other or provoke them into making a rash move. A samurai who could unsettle his opponent mentally had already won half the battle. One particularly cunning tactic was the use of empty fort strategy. This involved appearing calm and unprepared when outnumbered, confusing the enemy and making them suspect a trap. The great samurai Toyotomi Hideyoshi once used this strategy to bluff his way out of a siege, despite being vastly outnumbered. Samurai also understood the power of reputation. Tales of a warrior's prowess would spread far and wide, often exaggerated with each retelling. By the time enemies faced this samurai in battle, they were already half defeated by fear and awe. Even the way samurai carried themselves was a form of psychological warfare. Their stoic demeanor and unwavering gaze could unnerve opponents, making them second-guess their own abilities. In the end, these psychological tactics were as much a part of the samurai's arsenal as their swords and bows. They understood that battles could be won or lost in the mind long before steel met steel on the battlefield. As we conclude our exploration of samurai battlefield tactics, it's clear that these warriors were far more than just skilled swordsmen. Their strategic prowess and adaptability were key to their success in the chaotic world of feudal Japan. The samurai's ability to seamlessly transition between different combat roles was truly remarkable. Whether charging into battle on horseback, engaging in close quarters combat with their katana, or providing ranged support with their yumi bows, they were the ultimate versatile warriors of their time. Moreover, the emphasis on discipline and honor in samurai culture played a crucial role in their battlefield effectiveness. The unwavering loyalty to their lords and the strict adherence to Bushido code meant that samurai were not just fighting for victory, but for something greater, their very way of life. It's important to note that while individual skill was highly valued, the true strength of the samurai lay in their ability to work as a cohesive unit. The intricate formations and coordinated maneuvers we discussed earlier showcase the level of trust and communication that existed between these warriors. The legacy of samurai battlefield tactics continues to fascinate military historians and strategists to this day. Many of the principles they employed, such as the importance of terrain analysis, the use of deception, and the value of adaptability, remain relevant in modern warfare. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the incredible discipline and strategic thinking that defined the samurai on the battlefield. Their tactics were not just about winning battles, but about embodying a way of life that valued honor, loyalty, and unwavering dedication to their craft. In our next segment, we'll delve into the intriguing world of samurai espionage and intelligence gathering. You might be surprised to learn how these honorable warriors also excelled in the art of deception and covert operations. As we conclude our exploration of the samurai's strict code of honor, we find ourselves at the crossroads of loyalty and independence. This brings us to our next fascinating topic, the life of a Ronin, a masterless samurai. These warriors, cut adrift from their lords, faced unique challenges and opportunities in feudal Japan. Let's delve into their world and discover why surviving as a Ronin was no easy feat. As the Edo period drew to a close, the samurai class faced unprecedented challenges. Their once revered status began to crumble, and the winds of change swept through Japan. Let's explore the decline of these legendary warriors and the factors that led to their eventual obsolescence. The era of the samurai, once thought to be unshakable, began to crumble with the introduction of a revolutionary weapon, firearms. In the year 1543, Portuguese traders arrived on the shores of Tanegashima, bringing with them matchlock guns that would forever change the face of warfare in Japan. These firearms, known as Tanegashima after the island where they were first introduced, quickly caught the attention of powerful daimyo. Oda Nobunaga, a visionary warlord, recognized the potential of these weapons and wasted no time in incorporating them into his military strategy. The impact of firearms on samurai warfare was profound and immediate. Traditional samurai tactics, which relied heavily on individual skill and close combat, were suddenly rendered obsolete in the face of these long-range weapons. A well-trained arquebus unit could now decimate a charging cavalry force before they even reached the front lines. This shift in military technology had far-reaching consequences for the samurai class. The code of Bushido, which emphasized personal honor and face-to-face combat, was challenged by the impersonal nature of firearm warfare. Many samurai struggled to reconcile their traditional values with this new reality. The Battle of Nagashino in 1575 serves as a stark example of the changing tide. Oda Nobunaga, with an army equipped with over 3,000 arquebuses, faced the cavalry-heavy forces of Taikta Katsuyori. The result was a devastating defeat for the Taikta clan, as volley after volley of gunfire tore through their once feared cavalry charges. This battle marked a turning point in Japanese warfare. The supremacy of the mounted samurai was shattered, and the importance of infantry armed with firearms rose dramatically. Daimyo across Japan scrambled to adapt, investing heavily in gunpowder weapons and training soldiers in their use. However, it wasn't just the battlefield that saw changes. The very structure of samurai society began to shift. As the effectiveness of individual combat skills diminished, the traditional path to glory for a samurai became less clear. Many found themselves relegated to administrative roles or struggling to find purpose in a rapidly changing world. The introduction of firearms also had an equalizing effect on the battlefield. Now, a peasant with minimal training could potentially defeat a highly skilled samurai at a distance. This erosion of the samurai's military superiority would eventually contribute to the decline of their social status. despite these changes, it's important to note that the samurai class didn't disappear overnight. Many adapted, learning to use firearms themselves and integrating them into their martial arts. Some daimyo even established dedicated gunsmith workshops within their domains to ensure a steady supply of these new weapons. As we reflect on this pivotal moment in samurai history, we're reminded of the constant march of technological progress. The samurai, once the undisputed masters of the battlefield, found themselves facing a future where their traditional skills were becoming increasingly obsolete. It was a harsh lesson in adaptation, one that would continue to shape the destiny of the samurai class in the centuries to come. As we delve deeper into the decline of the samurai class, we must examine the economic changes that played a crucial role in their downfall. The Tokugawa period, spanning from 1603 to 1868, brought about significant shifts in Japan's economic landscape that would ultimately challenge the very foundations of samurai society. One of the most impactful changes was the rise of the merchant class. As peace settled over Japan during this era, trade and commerce flourished. Cities grew, and with them, a new breed of wealthy merchants emerged. These merchants, once considered lower in the social hierarchy, began to accumulate vast fortunes that rivaled and sometimes surpassed those of the samurai. The samurai, who were accustomed to living off stipends provided by their lords, found themselves in an increasingly precarious financial position. Their fixed incomes failed to keep pace with the growing prosperity of the merchant class, and the overall economic inflation of the period. To make matters worse, many samurai fell into debt. The lifestyle expected of a samurai, including the maintenance of proper attire, weapons, and social obligations, became increasingly difficult to sustain on their static incomes. Some resorted to borrowing money from the very merchants they once looked down upon, creating a humiliating reversal of fortunes. The economic strain led to a gradual erosion of the samurai's social status. While they still held onto their theoretical position at the top of the social hierarchy, their practical influence and respect in society began to wane. Merchants, on the other hand, gained more social clout through their economic power, even if they were still officially considered lower class. Another significant factor was the changing nature of warfare and military technology. The long period of peace meant that many samurai had never seen actual combat. Their traditional skills with the sword and bow became less relevant as firearms and Western military tactics gained prominence. This shift further undermined the samurai's role as the warrior elite of Japan. The Tokugawa shogunate attempted to address these issues through various economic reforms, but these often proved ineffective or even counterproductive. Efforts to regulate the economy and maintain the social order often stifled innovation and growth. further exacerbating the economic problems faced by the samurai class. As we approach the end of the Tokugawa period, we see a samurai class that is increasingly disillusioned and economically strained. Many lower-ranking samurai began to question the feudal system that no longer seemed to serve their interests. This growing discontent would eventually contribute to the political upheaval that led to the Meiji Restoration in 1868. The economic decline of the samurai class serves as a poignant reminder of how societal changes can fundamentally alter even the most entrenched social structures. The warriors who once stood at the pinnacle of Japanese society found themselves struggling to maintain their relevance in a rapidly changing world, setting the stage for the dramatic transformations that would follow in the Meiji era. As we approach the twilight of the samurai era, we find ourselves in the midst of the Meiji Restoration, a pivotal period that would forever change the face of Japan and the role of the samurai within it. The year is 1868, and Japan is on the brink of a monumental shift. For over 2 centuries, the Tokugawa shogunate had ruled with an iron fist, keeping Japan isolated from the outside world. But now, as Western powers loom on the horizon, the winds of change are blowing fiercely across the land of the rising sun. Emperor Meiji, a young and ambitious ruler, seizes this moment to reassert imperial authority. With the rallying cry of Sano joy, or revere the emperor, expel the barbarians, he sets in motion a series of reforms that would modernize Japan at breakneck speed. For the samurai, this new era brings both opportunity and uncertainty. Many find themselves at a crossroads, their traditional roles becoming increasingly obsolete in a rapidly modernizing society. The Meiji government, eager to create a centralized state, begins to dismantle the feudal system that had been the backbone of samurai power for centuries. In 1869, the daimyo, or feudal lords, are ordered to surrender their lands to the emperor. This act effectively strips away the very foundation of the samurai class. But the changes don't stop there. In 1871, the government abolishes the hand system, replacing the old feudal domains with modern prefectures. This restructuring further erodes the samurai's traditional place in society, leaving many without a clear purpose or means of support. Perhaps the most symbolic blow comes in 1876 with the Heitorei Edict, which forbids samurai from wearing their swords in public. For a warrior class that had long defined itself by the right to bear arms, this decree is nothing short of earth-shattering. As their privileges disappear, many samurai find themselves struggling to adapt to this new Japan. Some embrace the changes, using their education and skills to become bureaucrats, teachers, or businessmen in the new Meiji state. Others, however, cling desperately to the old ways, their resentment growing with each passing year. This simmering discontent eventually boils over in the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by the charismatic Seigo Takamori, often called the Last Samurai. This uprising represents a final, desperate attempt to preserve the samurai way of life. For 7 months, Seigo and his followers wage a fierce battle against the newly formed Imperial Japanese Army. But despite their valor and skill, the rebels are no match for the modern weapons and tactics of their opponents. The rebellion is crushed, and with it, the last vestiges of samurai military power. As the dust settles on this tumultuous period, the samurai find themselves irrevocably changed. Their swords may be sheathed, their armor laid to rest, but their spirit, the Bushido code that had guided them for centuries, lives on, woven into the very fabric of modern Japanese society. And so, as we close this chapter on the decline of the samurai, we're reminded that even the mightiest of warriors must eventually bow to the relentless march of time and progress. The samurai may have faded from the world, but their legacy endures, a testament to the enduring power of honor, loyalty, and duty. As the Edo period drew to a close, the samurai class faced its final challenges. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had maintained peace for over 2 centuries, began to crumble under the weight of internal strife and external pressures. In 1853, Commodore Matthew Perry of the United States Navy arrived in Japan with his black ships, forcibly opening the country to foreign trade. This event, known as the Perry Expedition, sent shockwaves through Japanese society and exposed the weaknesses of the isolationist policies that had defined the Edo period. The arrival of foreign powers sparked a fierce debate within Japan. Some samurai, particularly those from powerful domains like Satsuma and Choshu, saw this as an opportunity to overthrow the Tokugawa shogunate and restore power to the emperor. In 1866, these anti-Tokugawa forces formed an alliance, setting the stage for the Boshin War. This conflict, lasting from 1868 to 1869, would mark the last stand of the traditional samurai class against the tide of modernization. The war began with the Battle of Toba-Fushimi in January 1868. Imperial forces, equipped with modern Western weapons, clashed with the Tokugawa's samurai defenders. Despite the bravery and skill of the samurai, they were outmatched by the superior firepower of their opponents. As the conflict spread across Japan, many samurai found themselves torn between loyalty to their feudal lords and the emerging vision of a unified, modernized nation. Some chose to fight to the bitter end, while others reluctantly laid down their swords and embraced the winds of change. One of the most poignant examples of samurai resistance came during the Battle of Aizu in October 1868. The Aizu domain, known for its fierce loyalty to the Tokugawa, fought valiantly against overwhelming odds. Young samurai boys, barely in their teens, took up arms to defend their home and way of life. The tragic story of the Byakutai, or White Tiger Force, exemplifies the dedication and sacrifice of these young warriors. Mistakenly believing their castle had fallen, 19 young samurai committed ritual suicide on nearby Mount Iomori, rather than face the shame of defeat. As the Boshin War drew to a close in 1869, the last pockets of samurai resistance were crushed. The Meiji Restoration officially began, ushering in a new era of rapid modernization and westernization. The samurai class was officially abolished, their privileged status stripped away, and their distinctive hairstyles and swords banned. However, the spirit of the samurai did not disappear overnight. Many former samurai found new roles in the emerging modern Japan, becoming businessmen, politicians, and military officers. Their values of loyalty, honor, and discipline continued to shape Japanese society, even as the traditional samurai way of life faded into history. The final act of samurai rebellion came in 1877 with the Satsuma Rebellion, led by the famous samurai Seigo Takamori. Once a key figure in the Meiji Restoration, Seigo became disillusioned with the new government's policies and led a last, desperate uprising of former samurai. Though Seigo and his followers fought bravely, they were no match for the modern imperial army. The rebellion was crushed, and Seigo himself died in battle, marking the definitive end of the samurai era in Japan. As the Edo period drew to a close in the mid-19th century, the role of the samurai began to change dramatically. The long era of peace had transformed Japan, and with it, the very nature of these once revered warriors. By the 1860s, many samurai found themselves in a peculiar position. Their martial skills, honed over centuries, were becoming increasingly obsolete in a modernizing Japan. The introduction of firearms and Western military tactics meant that the traditional ways of the sword were no longer as relevant on the battlefield. Yet, despite this decline in military importance, the cultural impact of the samurai remained profound. Their code of ethics, known as Bushido, continued to shape Japanese society long after their practical role had diminished. The values of loyalty, honor, and self-discipline became deeply ingrained in the national psyche. One of the most enduring legacies of the samurai was their influence on Japanese art and literature. The aesthetic principles they championed, such as simplicity, asymmetry, and the appreciation of transient beauty, became fundamental to Japanese artistic expression. This can be seen in everything from the tea ceremony to the art of flower arrangement, or ikebana. In literature, tales of samurai heroism and tragedy became a staple of Japanese storytelling. Works like The Tale of the Haiku, and the plays of Chikamatsu Monzaemon celebrated the samurai ethos, ensuring that their ideals would be remembered and revered for generations to come. The samurai's influence extended even to the realm of spirituality. Many samurai were devout practitioners of Zen Buddhism, which emphasized meditation, self-discipline, and the cultivation of inner strength. These practices, initially adopted to improve focus in battle, became integral parts of Japanese spiritual life. As Japan entered the Meiji Restoration in 1868, the samurai class was officially abolished. However, many former samurai found new roles in society, becoming entrepreneurs, politicians, and educators. Their education and discipline made them well suited to lead Japan into a new era of modernization and international engagement. The concept of samurai spirit, or Yamato Damasha, continued to be invoked in times of national crisis, serving as a rallying cry for unity and perseverance. This idea of an indomitable Japanese spirit, rooted in samurai traditions, played a significant role in shaping the country's national identity in the modern era. Even in contemporary Japan, echoes of samurai culture can be found in various aspects of daily life. The emphasis on respect, self-improvement, and dedication to one's craft all have roots in samurai philosophy. Many traditional martial arts, such as kendo and iaido, preserve samurai fighting techniques and etiquette. The global fascination with samurai culture has also ensured its continued relevance. From Hollywood films to anime and manga, the image of the noble warrior has captured imaginations worldwide, often romanticized, but always powerful. As we reflect on the cultural legacy of the samurai, it's clear that their influence extends far beyond their historical role as warriors. They have become symbols of Japan itself, embodying ideals of honor, discipline, and aesthetic refinement that continue to resonate in the modern world. As we conclude our journey through the decline of the samurai class, it's important to reflect on the profound impact this transformation had on Japanese society. The end of the Tokugawa shogunate and the beginning of the Meiji Restoration in 1868 marked a turning point that would forever change the role of these once revered warriors. With the abolition of the hand system and the dismantling of feudal structures, many samurai found themselves without a clear purpose or means of support. The government's decision to replace the samurai stipends with government bonds left many in financial turmoil, forcing them to adapt to new roles in society or face poverty. Some samurai successfully transitioned into government positions, becoming bureaucrats or military officers in the new imperial army. Others turned to education, commerce, or industry, applying their discipline and skills to new fields. However, not all samurai were able to make this transition smoothly, leading to social unrest and rebellions like the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877. The iconic image of the samurai with their swords and traditional attire gradually faded from everyday life. The right to wear swords in public, once a symbol of samurai status, was revoked. Traditional samurai values, however, continued to influence Japanese culture and society in more subtle ways. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, evolved and was reinterpreted to fit the needs of a modernizing Japan. Ideas of loyalty, honor, and self-discipline were incorporated into the ethos of the new nation, shaping everything from business practices to educational philosophies. In many ways, the decline of the samurai class paved the way for Japan's rapid modernization and industrialization. The country's ability to adapt and transform itself while retaining elements of its traditional culture is a testament to the enduring legacy of the samurai spirit. As we reflect on this pivotal period in Japanese history, we're reminded that even the most entrenched social structures can change. The story of the samurai's decline is not just about the end of a warrior class, but about the birth of a new nation and the complex process of societal transformation. As we leave behind the tale of the samurai's daring escape, we find ourselves drawn deeper into the world of these legendary warriors. Their code of honor, their unwavering loyalty, and their mastery of the sword continue to captivate us. But what other secrets lie hidden in the annals of samurai history? Let's uncover another fascinating story that sheds light on their complex lives. While samurai and ninja are often portrayed as mortal enemies, their relationship was far more complex. In reality, these two warrior classes frequently collaborated, especially during times of political upheaval and clan warfare. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, it's crucial to address a common misconception: the relationship between samurai and ninja. While popular culture often portrays them as mortal enemies, the historical reality was far more complex and nuanced. Contrary to popular belief, samurai and ninja were not always at odds with each other. In fact, many samurai clans employed ninja as spies, scouts, and covert operatives. The Iga and Koga regions, famous for their ninja traditions, often provided services to various samurai lords. One notable example is the relationship between the Tokugawa clan and the Iga ninja. Hattori Hanzo, a famous ninja, served as a crucial ally to Tokugawa Ieyasu, the founder of the Tokugawa shogunate. Hanzo's skills in espionage and unconventional warfare proved invaluable during Ieyasu's rise to power. It's important to understand that ninja was not a distinct class or caste in feudal Japan. The term shinobi or ninja referred to individuals skilled in covert operations, regardless of their social status. Some ninja came from samurai backgrounds, while others were commoners who developed specialized skills. The Sengoku period, known for its constant warfare, saw an increased demand for ninja services. Samurai lords recognized the value of intelligence gathering and covert operations in gaining strategic advantages. As a result, many daimyo maintained networks of spies and informants, some of whom were trained in ninjutsu. However, it's crucial to dispel some myths about ninja abilities. They were not superhuman or possessed magical powers, as often depicted in movies. Instead, ninja were highly trained individuals who excelled in stealth, disguise, and unconventional tactics. Their strength lay in their ability to blend in and gather information, rather than in open combat. The relationship between samurai and ninja was often one of necessity and pragmatism. While samurai adhered to the code of Bushido, emphasizing honor and open combat, they recognized the strategic value of covert operations. This led to a complex dynamic where ninja were both valued for their skills and sometimes looked down upon for their methods. As Japan entered the Edo period and relative peace was established, the role of ninja diminished. Many former ninja families transitioned into other professions or integrated into the broader samurai class. The skills of ninjutsu were preserved in some martial arts schools, but the era of active ninja operations had largely come to an end. In conclusion, the relationship between samurai and ninja was far more nuanced than simple enmity. It was a complex interplay of strategy, necessity, and evolving warfare tactics. Understanding this historical reality adds depth to our appreciation of feudal Japanese society and dispels romanticized notions perpetuated by popular media. While samurai and ninja are often portrayed as bitter enemies in popular culture, their relationship was far more complex in reality. Let's explore how these two groups of warriors interacted and contrasted in feudal Japan. Firstly, it's important to understand that samurai and ninja weren't always at odds. In fact, many samurai clans employed ninja for their specialized skills. The Hattori clan, for example, served the Tokugawa shogunate as both samurai and ninja, demonstrating that these roles weren't mutually exclusive. The primary difference between samurai and ninja lay in their methods and code of conduct. Samurai adhered to the strict code of Bushido, emphasizing honor, loyalty, and open combat. They were the visible face of warrior culture, proudly displaying their status and skills. Ninja, on the other hand, operated in the shadows. Their focus was on espionage, sabotage, and assassination. Unlike samurai, who valued face-to-face confrontation, ninja prioritized completing their missions by any means necessary, including deception and stealth. This stark contrast in methodology often led to tension between the two groups. Samurai viewed ninja tactics as dishonorable, while ninja saw the samurai's rigid code as impractical and limiting. However, this ideological divide didn't prevent collaboration when necessary. In times of war, daimyo would often employ both samurai and ninja, recognizing the value of diverse skill sets. Samurai excelled in open warfare and served as commanders, while ninja provided crucial intelligence and carried out covert operations that could turn the tide of battle. One fascinating aspect of ninja-samurai relations was the occasional crossover in skills. Some samurai adopted ninja techniques to enhance their effectiveness, particularly in times of political turmoil. Conversely, ninja sometimes posed as samurai to gather information or infiltrate enemy ranks. The Iga and Koga regions, famous for their ninja clans, exemplify this complex relationship. These areas were known for producing both skilled ninja and formidable samurai. The warriors from these regions often blurred the lines between the two disciplines, adapting their skills as needed. It's worth noting that the popular image of ninja as black-clad assassins is largely a modern invention. In reality, ninja were masters of disguise, often blending in as farmers, merchants, or even samurai. This ability to adapt and blend in was crucial to their success and survival. As Japan entered the Edo period and times of relative peace, the roles of both samurai and ninja evolved. Many ninja families transitioned into more conventional samurai roles, while others became guardians of their unique traditions and techniques. In conclusion, while samurai and ninja employed contrasting methods, their relationship was one of complex interdependence rather than simple antagonism. Both played crucial roles in shaping Japan's feudal history, each contributing their unique skills and philosophies to the rich tapestry of warrior culture. While Ronin and ninja are often portrayed as mortal enemies in popular culture, the reality was far more complex. In feudal Japan, these two groups occasionally found themselves working together, forming alliances born of necessity and mutual benefit. Ronin, as masterless samurai, were often desperate for work and income. Their skills in combat and strategy made them valuable assets for various employers, including ninja clans. On the other hand, ninja organizations sometimes required additional manpower or specific martial expertise that Ronin could provide. One notable instance of cooperation occurred during the Sengoku period, when the Iga and Koga ninja clans faced invasion from the warlord Oda Nobunaga. In their desperate struggle for survival, these ninja groups enlisted the help of local Ronin to bolster their defenses and combat tactics. The Ronin, with their formal training in warfare and combat, brought valuable battlefield experience to the ninjas' guerrilla-style operations. This combination of skills proved formidable, allowing the ninja clans to resist Nobunaga's forces for a time, though they were eventually overwhelmed. Another example of collaboration can be found in the employment practices of some daimyo, or feudal lords. These powerful figures would sometimes hire both Ronin and ninja for various covert operations, or to supplement their regular forces. In such situations, Ronin and ninja would work side by side, each bringing their unique skills to the task at hand. One particularly intriguing case involves the legendary ninja Hattori Hanzo, who served the Tokugawa clan. During his time as a high-ranking shinobi, Hanzo is known to have employed Ronin for certain missions that required a mix of open combat and stealth tactics. These Ronin, under Hanzo's command, would act as diversions or engage in more conventional warfare, while ninja operatives carried out their covert objectives. This synergy between the two groups often led to successful outcomes in complex military and political scenarios. It's important to note that these alliances were typically temporary and based on pragmatism rather than lasting loyalty. Both Ronin and ninja were known for their adaptability and willingness to switch allegiances when it suited their interests or survival. In some cases, Ronin even underwent training in ninjutsu, the art of stealth and espionage practiced by ninja. This cross-pollination of skills created a unique hybrid warrior, capable of operating in both open combat and clandestine missions. One such example is the story of Yaju Manayoshi, a renowned swordsman who, after becoming a Ronin, studied ninja techniques to enhance his martial abilities. His expertise in both samurai and ninja arts made him a formidable and highly sought-after warrior. These collaborations between Ronin and ninja highlight the fluid nature of allegiances and professions in feudal Japan. While popular media often portrays them as distinct and opposing forces, the historical reality was far more nuanced, with pragmatic alliances forming and dissolving based on the ever-changing political landscape. Understanding these occasional alliances provides us with a more accurate and complex view of Japan's feudal period, reminding us that survival and success often depended on adaptability and the ability to form unexpected partnerships. While samurai and ninja are often portrayed as mortal enemies in popular culture, their relationship was far more complex in reality. Let's explore the class distinctions and interactions between these two iconic groups of feudal Japan. First, it's crucial to understand that samurai were part of the noble warrior class, while ninja primarily came from lower social ranks. This fundamental difference in social status greatly influenced their roles and interactions. Samurai adhered to a strict code of honor known as Bushido, which emphasized loyalty, duty, and martial prowess. They served their lords openly and were proud of their status as warriors. In contrast, ninja operated in secrecy, often taking on roles that samurai considered dishonorable. Their skills in espionage, sabotage, and assassination made them valuable assets, but also placed them outside the traditional social hierarchy. Despite these differences, there were instances where samurai and ninja worked together. Some daimyo, or feudal lords, employed both samurai and ninja, recognizing the unique strengths each group brought to their service. In fact, some samurai families had secret ninja lineages or training. These samurai could maintain their noble status while possessing covert skills when needed. This dual nature allowed them to navigate both worlds effectively. It's important to note that the term ninja was not widely used during the feudal period. Instead, they were often referred to as shinobi or by other regional names. The romanticized image of the ninja we know today is largely a product of later literature and popular media. The Iga and Koga regions of Japan were particularly famous for producing skilled ninja. These areas developed their own unique traditions and techniques, which were highly sought after by various feudal lords. While samurai were bound by their code of honor, ninja had more flexibility in their methods. This sometimes led to conflicts, as samurai viewed certain ninja tactics as dishonorable or beneath their status. However, it would be a mistake to assume that all samurai despised ninja. Many recognized the value of their skills, especially in gathering intelligence or performing tasks that required stealth and subterfuge. As Japan moved towards unification under the Tokugawa shogunate, the role of both samurai and ninja began to change. The relative peace of the Edo period meant fewer opportunities for open warfare, leading some samurai to diversify their skills. During this time, some ninja families transitioned into roles more aligned with traditional samurai duties, while others found new ways to apply their specialized knowledge in a changing society. In conclusion, the relationship between samurai and ninja was far more nuanced than simple rivalry. Their interactions were shaped by social class, duty, and the changing needs of their lords and society at large. The relationship between samurai and ninja has been greatly exaggerated in popular culture, often portraying them as mortal enemies locked in constant conflict. However, the reality was far more nuanced and complex. Contrary to popular belief, samurai and ninja were not always at odds. In fact, many samurai clans employed ninja as spies and information gatherers. The Iga and Koga regions, famous for their ninja traditions, were actually under the control of samurai lords who recognized the value of these covert operatives. One misconception is that ninja were a distinct class or caste in feudal Japan. In reality, many ninja were low-ranking samurai or farmers who specialized in espionage and unconventional warfare. The term ninja itself was rarely used during the feudal period, with shinobi being the more common designation. The image of ninja as black-clad assassins with supernatural abilities is largely a product of later folklore and entertainment. Historical ninja were more likely to blend in with ordinary people, using disguises and social manipulation rather than relying on flashy techniques or magical powers. That's not to say there wasn't conflict between samurai and ninja. Some samurai clans, particularly those with strong Bushido traditions, looked down on the ninja's tactics as dishonorable. The Tokugawa shogunate, for instance, sought to suppress ninja activities during the peaceful Edo period. However, many samurai recognized the practical value of ninja skills. The famous daimyo Taikta Shinjin is said to have employed ninja for reconnaissance and sabotage. Even the great unifier Tokugawa Ieyasu reportedly used ninja from Iga and Koga in his rise to power. The relationship between samurai and ninja was often one of necessity and pragmatism. In times of war, daimyo would employ any means necessary to gain an advantage, including the use of covert operatives. This led to a complex ecosystem where ninja could serve samurai lords while maintaining their own traditions and techniques. It's worth noting that the skills associated with ninja were not entirely foreign to samurai. Many samurai trained in similar techniques of stealth, infiltration, and information gathering. The difference lay more in the emphasis and application of these skills, rather than in their existence. The mythologization of the samurai-ninja rivalry gained traction during the Edo period, a time of relative peace when martial arts began to take on more theatrical and romanticized forms. This trend continued into the modern era, fueled by literature, theater, and later, film and television. In conclusion, while there were certainly instances of conflict between samurai and ninja, their relationship was far more nuanced than popular culture suggests. Understanding this complexity gives us a more accurate picture of feudal Japanese society and the diverse roles that existed within its martial traditions. As we conclude our exploration of the complex relationship between samurai and ninja, it's important to recognize that the reality was far more nuanced than popular culture often portrays. While there were certainly instances of conflict and rivalry, there were also times when these two groups worked together, or even overlapped in their roles. The distinction between samurai and ninja wasn't always clear-cut. Some samurai employed ninja techniques for espionage and covert operations, while some ninja came from samurai families. The fluidity of these roles challenges the simplistic notion of samurai and ninja as perpetual enemies. Moreover, both groups served crucial functions in feudal Japanese society. Samurai, with their code of honor and martial prowess, were the backbone of the military and administrative structure. Ninja, on the other hand, filled a niche for covert operations, intelligence gathering, and unconventional warfare that was essential in the complex political landscape of the time. It's also worth noting that the romanticized image of both samurai and ninja that we often see in movies and popular culture is largely a product of later periods, particularly the Edo period and modern interpretations. The historical reality was often less glamorous and more pragmatic. In times of peace, many ninja transitioned into roles as farmers, merchants, or even low-ranking samurai. This adaptability highlights the practical nature of their skills and the fluidity of social roles in feudal Japan. Ultimately, the relationship between samurai and ninja was shaped by the political and military needs of their time. While there were certainly conflicts and rivalries, there were also instances of cooperation and mutual respect. Understanding this complex dynamic gives us a more accurate and nuanced view of feudal Japanese society and the roles these iconic figures played within it. As we leave behind the tale of the samurai's last stand, we turn our attention to another fascinating aspect of feudal Japan's warrior culture. The next story takes us from the organized structure of clan loyalty to the unpredictable life of the masterless samurai. Prepare yourself for a journey into the world of the Ronin, where honor and survival often hung in a delicate balance. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, let us pause for a moment to appreciate their artistic side. The warriors of feudal Japan were not just masters of the sword, but also of the pen. Listen closely as I recite a haiku that captures the essence of the samurai spirit. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai culture, we encounter a poignant tradition that encapsulates their unwavering resolve in the face of death. The practice of writing death poems, or jisai. These final verses, composed by samurai on the brink of death, whether in battle or during seppuku, offer a profound glimpse into their philosophical outlook and emotional state. The death poem was considered a samurai's last opportunity to demonstrate their composure, insight, and acceptance of fate. One of the most famous death poems comes from the legendary samurai Usugi Kenshin. As he lay on his deathbed in 1578, he penned these words: "Even a lifelong prosperity is but one cup of sake, year in year out all but a dream, free from clouds of attachment." This poem beautifully encapsulates the Buddhist principles that many samurai adhered to, emphasizing the transient nature of life and the liberation found in detachment from worldly concerns. Another remarkable death poem comes from the famous poet samurai Minamoto no Yorimasa. After being defeated in battle in 1180, he composed these lines before taking his own life. Like a rotten log, the imagery of a decaying log symbolizes Yoramasa's perception of his unfulfilled life. Yet the act of composing this poem in his final moments demonstrates the composure expected of a samurai. Not all death poems were somber reflections. Some samurai used their final words to display wit or even humor. Take, for instance, the death poem of Moria Sennin, who wrote, "Holding back the night." This haiku, while not explicitly about death, uses the imagery of the moon's light pushing back darkness as a metaphor for life's struggle against the inevitable approach of death. The tradition of death poems wasn't limited to male samurai. Female samurai, or onabugeisha, also participated in this practice. One such example comes from Yuki no Toji, who wrote, "Farewell, my children. The journey I am taking is long." This poem reflects not only her acceptance of death, but also her belief in reuniting with her lord in the afterlife, showcasing the deep loyalty inherent in samurai culture. The practice of writing death poems continued well into the modern era. Even during World War II, kamikaze pilots would sometimes compose death poems before their final missions. These modern jaisai often reflected a blend of traditional samurai values and contemporary patriotism. As we reflect on these poignant last words, we're reminded of the complex nature of samurai culture. These death poems reveal individuals grappling with mortality, honor, and the meaning of their existence, all distilled into a few carefully chosen words. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai culture, we encounter a surprising aspect of their lives: poetry. Many samurai were not just skilled warriors, but also accomplished poets. Their verses often reflected on nature, mirroring the transient beauty of life itself. One of the most famous samurai poets was Matsuo Basho, a master of haiku. Though not a warrior himself, his work was deeply admired by many samurai. Let's explore some nature-themed poetry that captures the essence of samurai philosophy. First, consider this haiku by Basho. An old silent pond. This simple verse encapsulates the Zen-like mindfulness that many samurai aspired to. The momentary disturbance of the frog, followed by a return to stillness, mirrors the ideal of maintaining inner calm amidst the chaos of battle. Another samurai poet, Oda-daken, who was also a warlord, wrote, "Had I not known my loss of life." This poem reflects the samurai's acceptance of death, viewing life as fleeting as cherry blossoms. It embodies the concept of living as though already dead, which allowed samurai to face battle without fear. The connection between nature and the warrior's path is further illustrated in this poem by the samurai Minamoto, no Yoramasa. Like a rotten log, Yoramasa wrote this just before committing ritual suicide after a defeat. The imagery of a decaying log represents his unfulfilled ambitions, drawing a poignant parallel between human life and natural decay. Even in their final moments, many samurai turned to nature for solace and meaning. The legendary swordsman Miyamoto Musashi, on his deathbed, composed this haiku: holding light in my hand, north of the river, in the sky. This verse captures a moment of transcendent beauty, suggesting that even in death, the samurai found peace in the natural world. The practice of writing death poems, or jaisai, was common among samurai. These final verses often incorporated natural imagery to convey acceptance of mortality. Consider this anonymous samurai's jaisai, Autumn Wind of Eve. Here, the clearing of clouds symbolizes the clarity that comes with accepting one's fate, while the autumn wind represents the inevitability of change and death. These poems reveal a profound aspect of samurai culture, often overlooked. Through their verses, we see warriors who were deeply attuned to the natural world, finding in it reflections of their own philosophy and mortality. This poetic tradition adds a layer of depth and sensitivity to our understanding of the samurai, reminding us that even the fiercest warriors sought beauty and meaning in the world around them. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, we encounter a lesser-known aspect of their culture, the art of poetry. These fierce warriors were not just masters of the sword, but also of the pen. Let us explore some poignant reflections from these battle-hardened men, whose words cut as deep as their blades. Our first poem comes from the legendary samurai Minamoto no Yoramasa, who lived in the 12th century. As he faced his final moments, surrounded by enemies, he penned these haunting lines. Like a rotten log, these words, etched in history, reveal the profound introspection of a warrior facing his mortality. Yoramasa's poem speaks to the fleeting nature of life and the unfulfilled potential that haunts us all. Moving forward in time, we encounter the words of Oda Daken, a 15th century samurai and poet. His death poem, composed moments before his execution, captures the essence of impermanence. Had I not known, Daken's acceptance of his fate and his philosophical approach to death exemplify the stoic nature often associated with the samurai code of Bushido. Not all samurai poetry dwelled on death, however. Many found beauty in nature and used it as a metaphor for their experiences. Take, for instance, this poem by Asakura Sotki, a 16th century daimyo. The sound of the Jinshoja bells echoes the impermanence of all things. The color of the sala flowers reveals the truth that the prosperous must decline. The proud do not endure. They are like a dream on a spring night. The mighty fall at last. They are as dust before the wind. Sotki's words remind us of the transient nature of power and glory, a lesson many samurai learned throughout their tumultuous lives. Even in times of peace, samurai found ways to express their warrior spirit through verse. Consider this poem by Imagawa Ryashin, a 14th century samurai and governor. Selecting the tree, then shaping the wood, the master craftsman makes a bow. But what of the warrior who must string it? Ryashin's poem speaks to the symbiotic relationship between craftsman and warrior, emphasizing the importance of skill and preparation in the art of war. As we near the end of the Edo period, we find the words of Matsuo Basho, perhaps Japan's most famous haiku poet. Though not a samurai himself, Basho captured the essence of the warrior's path in this simple yet profound haiku. Summer grasses. Basho's poem serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of power and the equalizing force of time. These poetic reflections offer us a glimpse into the complex inner world of the samurai. Far from being mere killing machines, they were individuals capable of deep thought, introspection, and artistic expression. Their words, like their swords, have left an indelible mark on Japanese culture and continue to resonate with us today. As we contemplate these verses, we are reminded that even in the midst of chaos and violence, beauty and wisdom can flourish. The samurai poets teach us that life, like cherry blossoms, is beautiful precisely because it is fleeting. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai culture, we encounter a fascinating aspect that might surprise you: the art of poetry. Yes, these fierce warriors were not just skilled with swords, but also with words. Let's explore the development of haiku, a poetic form closely associated with samurai culture. Haiku, a short form of Japanese poetry, has its roots in the early 17th century. It evolved from an older form called haku, which was the opening stanza of a longer collaborative poem known as renga. The samurai class played a significant role in the development and popularization of haiku. One of the most famous haiku poets was Matsuo Basho, a samurai's son who lived from 1644 to 1694. Basho elevated haiku to a serious art form, infusing it with deeper meaning and philosophical insights. His most famous haiku reads, "An old silent pond." This simple yet profound poem exemplifies the essence of haiku, capturing a moment in nature and evoking a sense of enlightenment or awareness. Samurai, with their keen observational skills and disciplined minds, were particularly adept at creating these concise, impactful verses. The structure of haiku typically consists of 3 unrhymed lines of 5, 7, and 5 syllables. However, In Japanese, these are actually sound units called on rather than syllables. This strict form required discipline and precision, qualities that samurai cultivated in their martial training. Many samurai viewed the composition of haiku as a form of spiritual practice. It allowed them to express their emotions, reflect on the transient nature of life, and find beauty in simplicity. This aligned well with Zen Buddhist principles, which greatly influenced samurai philosophy. Yosabusen, another renowned haiku poet who lived from 1716 to 1784, was also of samurai lineage. He combined his skills as a painter with his poetic abilities, often creating heiga paintings accompanied by haiku. One of his famous haiku reads, "The piercing chill I feel, my dead wife's comb in our bedroom, under my heel." This poignant verse demonstrates how haiku could convey deep emotions and vivid imagery in just a few words. Samurai, who often faced death and loss, found in haiku a means to process their experiences and contemplate the fleeting nature of existence. The practice of composing haiku became so integral to samurai culture that some warriors would write a final poem before committing seppuku, the ritual suicide. These death poems, known as jisai, often reflected on the samurai's life or offered a last insight into their state of mind. As haiku spread beyond the samurai class, it became a beloved form of expression throughout Japan. Today, it's practiced and appreciated worldwide, testament to its enduring power and the cultural legacy of the samurai who helped shape it. So the next time you encounter a haiku, remember that behind its serene simplicity lies a connection to the complex world of the samurai. These warriors who lived by the sword also lived by the pen, leaving us with a poetic tradition that continues to inspire and enlighten to this day. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai culture, we encounter a fascinating aspect that often goes overlooked: the poetic prowess of these fierce warriors. Many samurai were not just skilled with the sword, but also with the brush, composing beautiful and profound poetry that has endured for centuries. One of the most renowned samurai poets was Oda Daken, a 15th century warrior who founded Edo Castle, which later became Tokyo. Despite his military achievements, Daken is perhaps best remembered for his death poem, composed moments before his execution. "Had I not known that I was dead already, I would have mourned my loss of life." This poignant verse exemplifies the samurai's acceptance of death and their ability to face it with dignity and contemplation. Another notable samurai poet was Hosokawa Fujitaka, also known by his Buddhist name Yusa. A skilled warrior and strategist, Yusa was also a master of waka poetry and the classical Chinese texts. His dedication to preserving literary traditions was so strong that when besieged in Tanabe Castle in 1600, he received special permission from both sides of the conflict to evacuate his precious books before the battle. Perhaps the most famous samurai poet was Matsuo Basho, widely regarded as the greatest master of haiku. Although born into a samurai family, Basho chose the path of poetry over warfare. His most celebrated haiku reads, "An old silent pond. A frog jumps into the pond, splash. Silence again." This simple yet profound verse captures the essence of Zen philosophy and the beauty of transient moments, themes that resonated deeply with the samurai ethos. The tradition of samurai poetry wasn't limited to peacetime pursuits. Many warriors composed jisai, or death poems, in their final moments. These verses were seen as a way to capture the essence of one's life and face death with composure. Take, for instance, the death poem of Minamoto no Yorimasa, composed after his defeat in battle. Like a rotten log half buried in the ground, my life, which has not flowered, comes to this sad end. This poignant verse reflects the samurai's acceptance of fate and their ability to find beauty even in defeat. The integration of poetry into samurai culture speaks to the complexity of these warriors. They were not merely instruments of war, but cultivated individuals who sought to balance the art of war with the art of words. This duality is perhaps best exemplified by the concept of Bunbureiyodo, or the way of the pen and sword, which emphasized the importance of balancing martial prowess with literary and artistic pursuits. The poetic tradition among samurai also served a practical purpose. In many cases, the ability to compose and appreciate poetry was seen as a mark of refinement and education, essential qualities for those who aspired to higher ranks within the samurai class. Poetry contests were even held among warriors, providing a non-violent arena for competition and self-expression. As we reflect on these samurai poets, we're reminded that true strength often lies in the ability to embrace both the harsh realities of life and its subtle beauties. The legacy of these warrior poets continues to inspire and captivate us, offering a glimpse into the complex and nuanced world of the samurai. As we conclude our exploration of samurai poetry, we're reminded of the profound impact these warrior poets had on Japanese culture and literature. Their verses, often composed in the face of death or during moments of deep contemplation, offer us a unique window into the samurai psyche. Let's revisit one final haiku, this time by the renowned samurai poet Matsuo Basho. Summer grasses, all that remains of warriors' dreams. This poignant verse encapsulates the transient nature of life and the futility of worldly ambitions. Basho, who lived in the peaceful Edo period, reflects on the impermanence of human endeavors, even those of mighty warriors. The ability of samurai create such profound poetry while living lives dedicated to martial arts and warfare is truly remarkable. It speaks to their multifaceted nature and the depth of their philosophical understanding. These poems serve as a reminder that even in the most turbulent times, beauty and reflection can emerge. The samurai's dual nature, as both warriors and artists, continues to fascinate us centuries later. As we drift off to sleep, let's ponder the legacy of these samurai poets. Their words, like whispers from the past, encourage us to find beauty in the present moment and to contemplate the deeper meanings of our own lives. Remember, just as the samurai found moments of peace and reflection amidst chaos, we too can find tranquility in our busy modern lives. Let the wisdom of these ancient warrior poets guide you into peaceful slumber. As you close your eyes, imagine the gentle rustling of summer grasses, carrying with them the echoes of long-forgotten battles and the timeless beauty of poetic expression. Good night, and may your dreams be as profound as the verses we've explored together. As we conclude our exploration of the samurai's strict code of honor, we find ourselves at the threshold of another fascinating aspect of feudal Japanese culture. Let's shift our focus to a group that existed on the fringes of samurai society, often romanticized, but rarely understood in their true complexity. Prepare yourselves for a journey into the world of the Ronin, the masterless samurai. As we delve into our next tale, picture a serene tea house nestled in feudal Japan. The air is thick with the aroma of freshly whisked matcha. A Ronin, weary from his travels, kneels before the tea master. Little does he know, this simple ceremony will set in motion a chain of events that will test his honor and skill. The tea ceremony, or chanoyu, might seem like a peaceful ritual far removed from the world of samurai and warfare. However, in feudal Japan, this elegant practice was deeply intertwined with the warrior class and their code of conduct. Imagine a battle-hardened samurai, his hands calloused from years of swordplay, delicately whisking matcha in a serene tea room. This juxtaposition of violence and tranquility was not uncommon in samurai culture. In fact, many great warriors were also accomplished tea masters. The tea ceremony embodied many of the principles central to Bushido, the way of the warrior. Discipline, respect, purity, and tranquility. All cornerstones of the tea ceremony were equally valued in the martial arts. The rigorous training required to master the precise movements of the tea ceremony mirrored the dedication needed to perfect one's swordsmanship. For samurai, the tea room offered a rare space of equality. Inside its confines, social hierarchies dissolved. A low-ranking samurai could, in theory, sit as an equal with his lord, united by their shared appreciation for the art of tea. This egalitarian aspect of the tea ceremony sometimes made it a venue for political discussions and negotiations. The aesthetic of wabi-sabi, central to the tea ceremony, also resonated with samurai philosophy. This concept celebrates imperfection, impermanence, and simplicity. For warriors who lived with the constant threat of death, the transient nature of life, as represented in the fleeting moment of sharing tea, held profound meaning. Interestingly, some of the most famous tea masters in Japanese history were also renowned warriors. Take, for example, Sen no Rikyu, who served as tea master to the powerful warlord Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Rikyu's influence on the tea ceremony was immense, and yet he navigated the dangerous world of samurai politics with skill. The tea ceremony also played a practical role in samurai life. It was often used as a way to cement alliances, smooth over conflicts, or even as a prelude to important military discussions. A warrior's ability to perform the tea ceremony with grace could be as important as his martial prowess in certain social and political situations. Moreover, the mindfulness cultivated through the tea ceremony was seen as beneficial to a warrior's mental state. The focus and calm required to perform each movement with precision could help a samurai maintain composure in the chaos of battle. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on this fascinating intersection of art and warfare. The tea ceremony reminds us that even in the most turbulent times, moments of peace and beauty can be found. It's a testament to the complexity of samurai culture, where the delicate whisking of tea could be as revered as the swing of a katana. The tea ceremony, or chanoyu, is a cornerstone of Japanese culture, deeply intertwined with the samurai way of life. This ritualistic practice goes far beyond simply brewing and drinking tea. It's a meditative art form that embodies harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. Let's explore the meticulous steps of this ancient tradition. First, the host prepares the tea room, or cheshitsu. This space is designed to be simple and rustic, often with tatami mats, a hanging scroll, and a flower arrangement. The goal is to create an atmosphere of serenity and detachment from the outside world. As guests arrive, they purify themselves by washing their hands and rinsing their mouths at a stone basin called a tsukubai. This act symbolizes cleansing both body and mind before entering the tea room. The guests then enter through a small, low door called nijiriguchi, which requires them to bow, humbling themselves as they enter the sacred space. The host greets each guest with a silent bow. The first guest, called the shakiyaku, takes the seat of honor closest to the host. Other guests arrange themselves in order of seniority. Once seated, guests admire the room's decor and any art objects displayed, engaging in light conversation about these items. The host then begins the ceremony by ritually cleaning each utensil to be used. This includes the tea bowl, tea whisk, and tea scoop. Each movement is deliberate and graceful, performed with utmost concentration. This cleaning ritual, called temi, is as much for the guest's peace of mind as it is for practical cleanliness. Next, the host prepares a light meal called kaiseki. This typically consists of several small dishes, carefully arranged to complement the tea and reflect the current season. The meal is eaten slowly and mindfully, with guests appreciating the flavors, textures, and presentation of each dish. After the meal, there's a brief intermission called a nakadachi. Guests leave the tea room while the host prepares for the main tea service. Upon returning, guests observe the host's preparation of the thick tea, or koicha. The host measures the powdered green tea into the tea bowl, adds hot water, and whisks it to a smooth, thick consistency. The tea bowl is then passed to the first guest, who bows to receive it. Before drinking, the guest rotates the bowl to avoid drinking from its front, which is considered the most beautiful part. After taking a sip, the guest wipes the rim, rotates the bowl back to its original position, and passes it to the next guest. This continues until all guests have shared from the same bowl, symbolizing unity and equality. Following the thick tea, the host prepares a thinner tea called yuzacha. This is served individually to each guest in the same ritualistic manner. Throughout the ceremony, movements are slow and deliberate, with each action having symbolic significance. The entire process can last up to 4 hours, demanding patience, mindfulness, and respect from all participants. For samurai, the tea ceremony was not just a social event, but a way to cultivate discipline, focus, and inner peace qualities essential for their way of life. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai culture, we encounter one of the most revered and philosophical practices, the tea ceremony. Known as chanoyu in Japanese, this ritual is far more than just a simple act of drinking tea. It embodies the very essence of samurai philosophy and the principles they lived by. The tea ceremony, developed in the 16th century, became an integral part of samurai life, offering a moment of tranquility and reflection amidst the chaos of war. At its core, the ceremony represents 4 key principles: harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. These concepts weren't just limited to the tea room. They extended into every aspect of a samurai's life. Harmony, or wa, is reflected in the careful arrangement of the tea room and the seamless interaction between host and guest. In the world of the samurai, this harmony extended to their relationships with fellow warriors, their lords, and even their enemies on the battlefield. Respect, or kei, is shown through the precise movements and gestures during the ceremony. Each participant, whether host or guest, demonstrates utmost respect for the others present, the utensils used, and the very act of preparing and drinking tea. This mirrors the deep respect samurai held for their code of honor their superiors, and their opponents. Purity, or sei, is symbolized by the cleansing of utensils and the simplicity of the tea room. This concept resonated deeply with samurai, who strived for purity of mind, body, and spirit in their pursuit of perfection in the martial arts and in life. Lastly, tranquility, or jaku, is embodied in the calm and meditative atmosphere of the tea ceremony. For samurai, achieving inner peace and maintaining composure, even in the face of death, was a crucial aspect of their training and philosophy. The tea ceremony also served as a reminder of the impermanence of life, a concept deeply ingrained in samurai culture. The phrase ikaigo ikai, meaning one time, one meeting, emphasizes that each tea ceremony is a unique moment that will never be repeated. This philosophy encouraged samurai to live fully in the present, aware that each battle or interaction could be their last. Moreover, the simplicity and austerity of the tea ceremony aligned perfectly with the Zen Buddhist influences on samurai culture. The focus on mindfulness, the appreciation of beauty in simplicity, and the cultivation of inner peace were all elements that samurai carried from the tea room into their daily lives and onto the battlefield. In essence, the tea ceremony became a microcosm of the samurai way of life. It taught discipline, mindfulness, and the ability to find beauty and meaning in the smallest of actions. These lessons were invaluable to warriors who lived with the constant awareness of their own mortality. As we reflect on the profound impact of the tea ceremony on samurai culture, we can see how this seemingly simple ritual encapsulated the very soul of the warrior class. It reminds us that true strength lies not just in physical prowess, but in the cultivation of a disciplined mind and a noble spirit. The art of the Japanese tea ceremony extends far beyond the preparation and serving of tea. It encompasses every aspect of the experience, including the meticulously designed room where the ceremony takes place. This room, known as the chashitsu, is a testament to the Japanese principles of simplicity, harmony, and tranquility. The ideal tea room is typically a small, intimate space, usually no larger than 4.5 tatami mats, or about 9 square meters. This compact size creates a sense of closeness and intimacy among the participants, fostering a shared experience of the ceremony. The room's design is intentionally minimalist, with clean lines and a lack of unnecessary ornamentation, allowing guests to focus entirely on the ceremony itself. One of the most distinctive features of a traditional tea room is the nijiraguchi, or crawling-in entrance. This small, low doorway, typically only about 60 centimeters high and wide, serves multiple purposes. Practically, it prevents samurai from entering while wearing their swords, as the tight space makes it impossible to pass through with a weapon at one's side. Symbolically, the act of bowing and crawling through the entrance humbles all who enter, regardless of their social status, creating an egalitarian atmosphere within the tea room. The interior of the chashitsu is characterized by its use of natural materials. The floor is covered with tatami mats made from tightly woven rush grass over a rice straw core. These mats not only provide a comfortable seating surface, but also contribute to the room's serene ambience with their subtle, grassy scent. The walls are often made of clay or wood, sometimes adorned with a simple hanging scroll or flower arrangement in the tokonoma, an alcove dedicated to displaying art. Light plays a crucial role in the tea room's atmosphere. Windows are strategically placed to allow soft, diffused natural light to filter in, creating a calm and meditative environment. The quality of light changes throughout the day and seasons, subtly altering the room's mood and highlighting the transient nature of the tea ceremony experience. The ceiling of the tea room is another carefully considered element. It's typically made of wood or bamboo, often with exposed beams that add texture and visual interest. The height of the ceiling is intentionally low, usually no more than 2 meters, to create a sense of intimacy and to direct focus downward towards the tea preparation area. One of the most important features of the tea room is the hearth, or ro, which is sunken into the floor. This is where the water for the tea is heated. In summer, a portable brazier or furo may be used instead. The placement of the hearth is carefully calculated to allow the host easy access for tea preparation, while maintaining a comfortable distance from the guests. Every aspect of the tea room's design is imbued with meaning and purpose, from the carefully chosen materials to the precise arrangement of space. This thoughtful approach to design reflects the core principles of the tea ceremony itself: harmony, wa, respect, ke, purity, se, and tranquility, jaku. The result is a space that transcends its physical boundaries, becoming a sanctuary for mindfulness and appreciation of the present moment. The tea ceremony, known as chanoyu in Japanese, was far more than just a quaint custom for the samurai class. It held immense political and social significance, often serving as a backdrop for critical negotiations and alliances. In the tumultuous world of feudal Japan, where power dynamics shifted like sand, the tea ceremony provided a neutral ground for rival daimyo and their retainers to meet. The small, intimate tea room, typically only 4.5 tatami mats in size, created an atmosphere of equality. Here, even the mightiest warlord would have to bow low to enter through the nijirigache, a small crawl-through entrance. This act of humbling oneself before entering the tea room was symbolic of leaving one's status and weapons at the door. Inside, all participants were considered equal, bound by the etiquette and aesthetics of the ceremony. This environment fostered open dialogue and allowed for delicate political maneuverings away from the prying eyes of court. Take, for example, the famous tea master Sen no Rikyu, who served as the tea master for the powerful warlord Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Rikyu's influence extended far beyond the realm of tea, as he often acted as a mediator and confidant in political matters. His tea gatherings became a venue for Hideyoshi to meet with allies and rivals alike, shaping the political landscape of Japan. The tea ceremony also played a crucial role in diplomacy. When foreign emissaries visited Japan, they were often treated to elaborate tea ceremonies. These events served not only as a display of Japanese culture, but also as a means of subtle negotiation. The carefully choreographed movements, the selection of utensils, and even the topics of conversation during the ceremony could all carry hidden meanings and messages. Moreover, the tea ceremony became a way for samurai to demonstrate their cultural refinement and spiritual depth. In an era where martial prowess was paramount, the ability to perform a flawless tea ceremony showcased a warrior's discipline, attention to detail, and appreciation for beauty. This balance of bun and bu, the pen and the sword, was highly valued in samurai society. The political significance of the tea ceremony extended to gift-giving as well. Rare and valuable tea utensils, such as ancient Chinese tea caddies or Korean tea bowls, were often exchanged as gifts between daimyo and their retainers. These gifts could symbolize alliances, express gratitude, or even serve as a subtle form of bribery. In some cases, the tea ceremony even played a role in matters of life and death. There are accounts of samurai performing a final tea ceremony before committing seppuku, ritual suicide. This solemn event allowed them to face their end with dignity and composure, embodying the samurai ideal of grace under pressure. As we can see, the tea ceremony in samurai culture was far more than a simple social custom. It was a complex political tool, a means of diplomacy, and a reflection of the samurai's multifaceted nature. Understanding its significance gives us a deeper appreciation for the intricate world of feudal Japan, where even the act of drinking tea could shape the course of history. As the tea ceremony draws to a close, we witness the profound impact this ritual has on both the participants and the samurai culture as a whole. The final moments of the ceremony are marked by a deep sense of tranquility and mutual respect. The host carefully cleanses the tea utensils, each movement deliberate and meaningful. This act of purification symbolizes not just the end of the ceremony, but also the cleansing of one's spirit. The guests watch in respectful silence, their minds calmed by the rhythmic motions and the lingering aroma of the matcha. As the last guest takes their final sip of tea, a sense of shared experience settles over the room. This moment of connection, fostered by the ceremony, transcends social barriers and reinforces the bonds between warriors, lords, and even enemies who might find themselves sharing this sacred space. the host bows deeply to the guests, expressing gratitude for their participation. In turn, the guests bow to the host, acknowledging the effort and skill that went into creating this moment of peace amidst the tumultuous world of the samurai. As they prepare to leave the tea room, each participant carries with them a renewed sense of inner balance and clarity. The ceremony serves as a reminder of the importance of mindfulness and presence in every aspect of life, including the art of war. For the samurai, the lessons learned in the tea room extend far beyond its walls. The focus and discipline required in the ceremony translate directly to their martial pursuits. The ability to remain calm under pressure, to move with purpose and precision, and to maintain awareness of one's surroundings are all skills honed through the practice of tea. Moreover, the aesthetic principles of wabi-sabi embraced in the tea ceremony, the appreciation of imperfection, simplicity, and transience, inform the samurai's philosophy of life and death. It reminds them of the fleeting nature of existence and the beauty found in embracing life's impermanence. As we conclude our exploration of the tea ceremony, we see how this seemingly simple ritual embodies the very essence of samurai culture. It is a practice that cultivates not just etiquette and artistic appreciation, but also spiritual growth and martial readiness. In the world of the samurai, the way of tea and the way of the sword are inextricably linked, each informing and elevating the other. As we conclude our journey through the treacherous life of a Ronin, we're reminded of the harsh realities faced by these masterless samurai. But the world of feudal Japan held many more intriguing tales and challenges. Let's shift our focus to another fascinating aspect of samurai culture that might surprise you. Our next story delves into the unexpected role of, from fierce warriors to devoted family members, samurai life extended far beyond the battlefield. Let's explore the intricate world of samurai families, where honor, duty, and tradition shaped every aspect of daily life. In the intricate web of samurai society, marriage was far more than a union of two individuals. It was a powerful tool for forging alliances, strengthening clan ties, and securing political advantages. Let's delve into the fascinating world of samurai marriage alliances and their impact on feudal Japan. Samurai families viewed marriage as a strategic move on the grand chessboard of power. The primary goal was to enhance the family's status, wealth, and influence. High-ranking samurai families would carefully arrange marriages for their children, considering potential allies, economic benefits, and political implications. One of the most famous examples of a strategic samurai marriage was the union between Tokugawa Ieyasu's granddaughter and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the son of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. This marriage was intended to cement an alliance between the two powerful clans, However, as we know from history, it didn't prevent the eventual conflict between them. For samurai daughters, marriage often meant leaving their home clan to join their husband's family. This practice, known as yomiuri, or bride entering, was a significant event. The bride would be escorted to her new home in an elaborate procession, symbolizing the transfer of allegiance from one clan to another. Interestingly, samurai brides were expected to bring a substantial dowry to their new family. This dowry, called yomiuri-nin, could include clothing, furniture, weapons, and even land. The size and quality of the dowry reflected the status of the bride's family and could significantly impact the groom's clan's wealth and prestige. Marriage alliances weren't limited to just the highest ranks of samurai society. Even lower-ranking samurai families sought advantageous marriages to improve their standing or secure patronage from more powerful clans. These alliances could lead to better positions, increased land holdings, or protection during times of conflict. It's worth noting that love rarely played a role in these arrangements. Samurai were expected to prioritize duty and family honor above personal feelings. However, this doesn't mean that affection never developed between couples. Many historical accounts tell of samurai husbands and wives who formed strong bonds and partnerships over time. The importance of these alliances extended beyond the immediate families involved. They could reshape the political landscape of entire regions. A well-planned marriage could unite former rivals, neutralize potential threats, or create powerful coalitions capable of challenging the existing power structure. One particularly intriguing aspect of samurai marriage alliances was the practice of adopting sons-in-law. If a samurai family had no male heir, they might arrange for their daughter to marry a promising young samurai from another clan. This man would then be adopted into the family, taking on their name and continuing their lineage. This practice, known as mukoshi, allowed families to maintain their bloodline and preserve their clan's legacy. It also provided opportunities for ambitious young samurai to advance their status by marrying into more prestigious families. As we can see, marriage in samurai society was a complex affair, intertwining personal lives with political ambitions and clan strategies. These alliances played a crucial role in shaping the feudal landscape of Japan, influencing everything from local power dynamics to national politics. Samurai families took child-rearing very seriously, viewing it as a crucial part of maintaining their legacy and honor. From a young age, children in samurai households were immersed in a world of discipline, duty, and martial arts. Boys, in particular, were groomed to become warriors from the moment they could walk. By the age of 5, many young samurai sons were already learning the basics of swordsmanship, archery, and horseback riding. These weren't just hobbies or pastimes. They were essential skills that could could mean the difference between life and death on the battlefield. But it wasn't all about physical training. Samurai children were also expected to master the art of reading and writing, with a particular emphasis on classical Chinese literature and philosophy. This intellectual pursuit was considered just as important as martial prowess, as it shaped the moral and ethical foundation of a true samurai. Girls in samurai families weren't exempt from this rigorous upbringing either. While they weren't typically trained for combat, they were educated in literature, art, and the intricacies of managing a samurai household. Many were also taught naginata techniques, a weapon often associated with female warriors, to defend their homes in times of need. One of the most important aspects of samurai child rearing was the emphasis on honor and loyalty. Children were taught from an early age that their actions reflected not only on themselves, but on their entire family and clan. The concept of face or reputation was paramount, and children learned quickly that bringing shame to the family name was one of the gravest offenses they could commit. This focus on honor extended to every aspect of their lives. Table manners, proper etiquette, and even the way they spoke were all carefully monitored and corrected. A samurai child was expected to embody the virtues of their class at all times, even in private. Discipline was a cornerstone of samurai parenting. Corporal punishment was not uncommon, but it was typically administered with a sense of duty rather than anger. The goal was to instill resilience and self-control in the child, qualities that would serve them well in their future roles as warriors or leaders. Despite this strict upbringing, it would be a mistake to think that samurai children lived joyless lives. Many accounts from the period describe loving relationships between parents and children. Games and sports were encouraged as they helped develop physical skills and strategic thinking. One popular game was kemari, a type of kickball that required grace and coordination. Another was Go, a complex board game that honed strategic thinking and patience. These activities were seen as more than just play. They were opportunities to develop skills that would be valuable in adulthood. As children grew older, their education became more specialized. Boys would often be sent to train under renowned martial arts masters, or to serve as pages in the households of powerful lords. Girls might be sent to other samurai families to learn the finer points of etiquette and household management. This system of child rearing produced individuals who were not only formidable warriors, but also cultured, disciplined, and deeply committed to their social roles. It was a demanding lifestyle, but one that shaped some of the most iconic figures in Japanese history. While we often focus on the male samurai warriors, the roles of women in samurai families were equally crucial to maintaining the social structure and traditions of feudal Japan. let's explore the diverse and important roles that women played within these elite households. First and foremost, samurai women were expected to embody the virtues of loyalty, duty, and honor, just like their male counterparts. They were raised to be strong, both mentally and physically, often receiving training in martial arts, particularly in the use of the naginata, a long-handled blade that became associated with female warriors. The primary role of a samurai woman was often that of wife and mother. As wives, they were responsible for managing the household, overseeing servants, and maintaining the family's reputation. This included tasks such as handling finances, organizing social events, and ensuring the proper education of their children. Samurai mothers played a crucial role in instilling the values and traditions of the warrior class in their offspring. They were often the first teachers of their children, imparting lessons on etiquette, morality, and the importance of duty to one's lord and family. However, the contributions of samurai women extended far beyond the domestic sphere. Many were highly educated and skilled in various arts, including calligraphy, poetry, and tea ceremony. These accomplishments not only enhanced their personal development, but also contributed to the cultural refinement of their households. In times of war or absence of their husbands, samurai women were expected to step up and defend their homes and lands. There are numerous historical accounts of women taking up arms to protect their families and estates. The famous tale of Tamo Gozen, a female samurai who fought alongside her husband in the Genpei War, exemplifies the warrior spirit that some women embodied. Interestingly, some samurai women also played important political roles. As advisors to their husbands or as regents for young heirs, they could wield significant influence in clan politics and decision-making. The story of Hojo Masako, who became the de facto ruler of Japan after her husband's death, illustrates the potential for women to ascend to positions of great power. It's important to note that while samurai women had more freedoms and responsibilities compared to women of lower classes, they were still bound by the strict hierarchical structure of feudal Japan. Their lives were often dictated by familial obligations and societal expectations. Despite these constraints, many samurai women found ways to express their individuality and strength. Some became renowned for their artistic talents, while others gained fame for their wisdom and political acumen. The legacy of these women continues to inspire and fascinate us today, offering a more complete picture of life in samurai society. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, it's crucial to understand the intricate web of inheritance laws that governed these warrior families. These laws not only shaped the structure of samurai households, but also played a significant role in maintaining the social order of feudal Japan. In samurai families, Inheritance was typically based on primogeniture, meaning the eldest son would inherit the bulk of the family's wealth and position. This system ensured the continuity of the family line and preserved the social status of samurai clans across generations. However, the inheritance laws for samurai were far more complex than a simple passing of wealth to the firstborn. The concept of ai, or household, was central to samurai inheritance. The ai encompassed not just material possessions, but also the family's reputation, social connections, and responsibilities to their lord. The head of the household, usually the father, had significant discretion in deciding how to divide the family's assets. While the eldest son was typically the primary heir, other children weren't left empty-handed. Younger sons often received smaller portions of land or were expected to establish branch families, maintaining connections to the main household. Interestingly, samurai daughters also played a crucial role in inheritance strategies. Although they couldn't inherit the main family position, they were often married into other samurai families to forge alliances or improve the family's social standing. In some cases, a daughter could become the head of the household if there were no male heirs, but she would be expected to adopt a suitable male heir or marry someone who could take on the family name and responsibilities. The inheritance laws also had provisions for adopted heirs. If a samurai had no biological sons, he could adopt a younger male relative, or even an unrelated samurai of lower rank, to continue the family line. This practice, known as Yoshingumi, was common and allowed for the preservation of important samurai lineages. It's worth noting that these inheritance laws were not just about preserving wealth, but also about maintaining the samurai's duties and obligations. The heir would inherit not only the family's assets, but also its debts, feudal obligations, and the responsibility to serve their lord faithfully. The rigidity of these inheritance laws sometimes led to conflict within samurai families. Disputes over succession were not uncommon, especially in cases where the designated heir was deemed unsuitable, or when there were multiple contenders for the position of household head. These inheritance practices had far-reaching effects on samurai society. They helped maintain the social hierarchy, ensured the continuation of skilled warrior lineages, and contributed to the stability of the feudal system. However, they also sometimes led to the fragmentation of samurai domains over generations, as land and resources were divided among heirs. Understanding these inheritance laws provides us with valuable insight into the complex social fabric of samurai society, where family legacy, duty, and honor were inextricably intertwined with the material aspects of inheritance. While we often picture samurai as lone warriors, their lives were deeply intertwined with their families and households. Let's explore the intricate world of samurai family management and the roles each member played in maintaining their status and honor. Samurai households, known as Buke, were complex social units that extended beyond just the immediate family. They included not only the samurai, his wife, and children, but also servants, retainers, and sometimes even distant relatives. The management of these households was a delicate balance of tradition, duty, and practicality. At the head of the household was the samurai himself, responsible for both military service and administrative duties to his lord. However, it was often the samurai's wife who truly ran the day-to-day operations of the household. These women, known as okugata, were far more than mere homemakers. The okugata was expected to be educated in literature, arts, and even martial skills. She managed the household finances, oversaw the education of the children, and maintained the family's social connections. In times of war, she might even be called upon to defend the home in her husband's absence. Children in samurai families were raised with strict discipline and high expectations. From a young age, boys were trained in martial arts, literature, and philosophy. Girls were educated in domestic arts, but also in writing, poetry, and sometimes even in naginata, a pole weapon traditionally used by women. Education was paramount in samurai households. Private tutors were often employed to ensure children received proper instruction in both academic and martial pursuits. This emphasis on education was not just for personal growth, but to maintain the family's status and prepare the next generation for their roles in society. Servants and retainers were also integral parts of the samurai household. They were responsible for various tasks, from cooking and cleaning to maintaining weapons and armor. The relationship between a samurai and his retainers was often one of mutual loyalty and respect, reflecting the broader social structure of feudal Japan. Marriage was another crucial aspect of samurai family management. Unions were often arranged to forge alliances between clans or to improve a family's social standing. Love was secondary to duty and family honor in these arrangements, though some samurai did find happiness in their arranged marriages. The concept of family honor, or ai, was central to samurai household management. Every decision, from financial investments to social interactions, was made with the family's reputation in mind. Maintaining and improving the family's status was a constant concern that influenced every aspect of daily life. In times of conflict, samurai households faced unique challenges. The men might be called away to battle, leaving the women to manage not only the household, but also to potentially defend it. This led to the development of anabugeisha, or female martial artists, who were trained to protect their homes and families. As we can see, the management of a samurai household was a complex and demanding task that required the efforts of every family member. It was a delicate balance of tradition, duty, and adaptation, all aimed at maintaining the family's honor and position in the rigid social hierarchy of feudal Japan. As we conclude our exploration of samurai families, it's clear that the life of a warrior in feudal Japan was far more complex than simply wielding a katana. The intricate web of family traditions, societal expectations, and rigid hierarchies shaped every aspect of a samurai's existence. From birth, samurai children were molded by their family's legacy. Sons were groomed to become fierce warriors, while daughters were prepared for strategic marriages that could elevate their clan's status. The weight of generations of honor and duty rested upon their shoulders from an early age. We've seen how samurai families maintained their status through careful alliances, education, and adherence to the Bushido Code. The emphasis on loyalty, not just to their lord, but to their family name, drove many samurai to extraordinary feats of bravery and self-sacrifice. However, it's crucial to remember that this system, while romanticized in popular culture, was often oppressive and restrictive. The rigid class structure left little room for individual aspirations outside of predetermined roles. The constant threat of conflict and the pressure to uphold family honor could be psychologically crushing. Moreover, the fate of samurai families was inextricably tied to the fortunes of their clan and daimyo. A single misstep or political shift could result in the entire family falling from grace, facing poverty, or even being required to commit ritual suicide to preserve their honor. As Japan moved towards modernization in the late 19th century, many samurai families struggled to adapt. The abolition of the feudal system and the samurai class left these once powerful families searching for new identities in a rapidly changing world. Today, while the age of the samurai has long passed, their legacy lives on in Japanese culture and global fascination. The values of honor, discipline, and loyalty continue to resonate, even as we recognize the complexities and contradictions of the samurai family system. In reflecting on samurai families, we gain not only insight into a unique historical period, but also a deeper understanding of how family structures and societal expectations shape individuals and nations alike. Their story serves as a powerful reminder of the enduring influence of tradition and the ever-present human struggle between duty and personal desire. As we leave behind the tale of the Ronin's unexpected alliance, we turn our attention to another fascinating aspect of samurai culture. This next story explores the intricate world of samurai etiquette and the dire consequences of breaching these sacred codes. Prepare yourself for a journey into the realm of honor, where a single misstep could cost a warrior everything. In feudal Japan, justice was swift and often brutal. Samurai, bound by their code of honor, were both enforcers and executioners. But what happened when the system they upheld turned against them? Let's explore the dark side of samurai justice. While samurai were renowned for their martial prowess, their role in Japanese society extended far beyond the battlefield. One of the most intriguing aspects of samurai culture was their legal authority, which granted them powers that would be unthinkable in modern times. In feudal Japan, samurai weren't just warriors. They were also administrators and enforcers of the law. This unique position gave them the right to carry out a practice known as kirasut gomen, or authorization to cut and leave. This privilege allowed a samurai to strike down a commoner who had offended them without fear of punishment. However, this power wasn't absolute. The samurai had to prove that the commoner had committed a serious offense, such as showing disrespect or failing to move out of the way. If the samurai couldn't justify their actions, they could face severe consequences, including seppuku, ritual suicide. The concept of kirasut gomen stemmed from the samurai's role as protectors of social order. They were expected to uphold honor and respect in society, and this extreme measure was seen as a way to maintain that order. Of course, to our modern sensibilities, this practice seems barbaric and unjust. But the samurai's legal authority went beyond this controversial right. They also served as magistrates and judges in their domains. In many cases, samurai were responsible for settling disputes, investigating crimes, and passing judgments on offenders. This judicial role required samurai to be well versed in law and ethics. Many studied Confucian principles and Japanese legal codes to prepare for these responsibilities. The ideal samurai judge was expected to be impartial, wise, and compassionate, qualities that sometimes conflicted with their warrior ethos. One fascinating aspect of samurai justice was the concept of koryoshi, or trial by ice. In this unusual practice, suspects were made to plunge their hands into scalding water to retrieve a stone. If their hands were unburned after a set period, they were deemed innocent. This method, while obviously flawed, shows the blend of spiritual beliefs and legal practices in samurai culture. Samurai also had the authority to conduct investigations and interrogations. They employed various techniques, some of which we might consider torture today, to extract confessions or information from suspects. However, it's important to note that confessions obtained under duress were not always considered reliable in samurai courts. As Japan moved towards modernization in the late 19th century, the legal authority of the samurai began to wane. The Meiji Restoration of 1868 marked the end of feudal Japan, and with it, the special legal status of the samurai class. The new government established a more centralized legal system based on Western models, which stripped samurai of their traditional judicial roles. Today, the legacy of samurai justice lives on in Japan's cultural memory and historical records. While we may find some of their practices shocking, understanding the legal authority of the samurai provides valuable insights into the complexities of feudal Japanese society and the multifaceted role of these warrior administrators. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, we must also confront the darker aspects of their society, particularly the methods of punishment employed to maintain order and discipline. Samurai justice was often swift and severe, reflecting the rigid hierarchical structure of feudal Japan. One of the most common forms of punishment for samurai who had committed minor offenses was house arrest, known as Hymen. This involved confinement to one's residence for a specified period, ranging from days to months. During this time, the samurai was expected to reflect on their misdeeds and demonstrate remorse. For more serious transgressions, a samurai might face kaiki, or dismissal from service. This punishment stripped the samurai of their rank, privileges, and even their family name. It was a devastating blow to one's social standing, and often led to a life of poverty and shame. In cases of extreme dishonor or grave offenses, the ultimate punishment awaited: seppuku, or ritual suicide. This practice, also known as harakiri, involved disembowelment with a short sword or dagger. Seppuku was seen as a way for a samurai to redeem their honor and take responsibility for their actions. The process of seppuku was highly ritualized. The condemned samurai would be bathed, dressed in white robes, and served their favorite meal. They would then write a death poem, reflecting on their life and impending demise. A trusted friend or fellow samurai, known as the kaishikunin, would stand nearby, ready to perform the final act of decapitation to end the samurai's suffering quickly. For lower-ranking samurai or commoners, punishments could be even more brutal. Public executions were not uncommon, serving as a deterrent to others who might consider breaking the law. Methods included beheading, crucifixion, and boiling alive in large cauldrons. One particularly gruesome form of execution was known as haratsuk, where the condemned was tied to a cross and then pierced with spears. This slow and painful death was often reserved for those who had committed heinous crimes or posed a significant threat to the social order. It's important to note that the severity of punishment often depended on the social status of both the offender and the victim. A samurai who killed a commoner might face a relatively light sentence, while a commoner who struck a samurai could be put to death immediately. The concept of collective punishment was also prevalent in samurai society. If a samurai committed a serious crime, their entire family could face consequences, including loss of status, confiscation of property, or even execution. This practice ensured that samurai families were invested in maintaining the honor and good behavior of all their members. As we reflect on these harsh methods of justice, it's crucial to understand them within the context of their time. The samurai code of Bushido emphasized loyalty, honor, and duty above all else. These severe punishments were seen as necessary to maintain the strict social hierarchy and ensure the stability of feudal Japanese society. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai, we encounter a realm where honor wasn't just a concept, but a way of life. The samurai code of conduct, known as Bushido, governed every aspect of a warrior's existence. But what happened when this sacred code was violated? Let's explore the harsh realities of samurai justice and the consequences of dishonor. In feudal Japan, honor violations were taken extremely seriously. The samurai class, being the elite warriors and administrators, were held to the highest standards of conduct. Infractions against the code of Bushido could result in severe punishments, often more brutal than those meted out to common criminals. One of the most infamous forms of punishment for a samurai who had committed a grievous offense was seppuku, or ritual suicide. This wasn't just a simple act of taking one's own life. It was a highly formalized and excruciatingly painful process. The disgraced samurai would use a short blade to cut open his own abdomen, demonstrating his courage and willingness to accept responsibility for his actions. But seppuku wasn't always a solitary act. In many cases, it was performed as part of a larger ceremony, with witnesses present to ensure the proper protocols were followed. A designated second, usually a skilled swordsman, would stand ready to deliver a killing blow to the neck, ending the samurai's suffering once the initial cut was made. However, not all honor violations resulted in such extreme measures. For lesser offenses, samurai might face other forms of punishment. One common practice was known as house arrest or confinement. A samurai found guilty of a minor infraction might be ordered to remain within his home for a specified period, unable to perform his duties or participate in social activities. In some cases, a samurai might be stripped of his rank and privileges, effectively demoting him to the status of a common citizen. This loss of status was often considered a fate worse than death in a society where one's position was intrinsically tied to their identity and worth. It's important to note that the concept of justice in feudal Japan was not always what we might consider fair by modern standards. The samurai class often enjoyed certain legal privileges that common people did not. A samurai could, for instance, strike down a commoner who showed disrespect without facing severe consequences. This disparity in justice led to a complex social dynamic where lower classes lived in fear of offending their samurai superiors. Even an accidental slight could result in swift and brutal retribution. This system, while maintaining order, also bred resentment and tension between the social classes. As we reflect on these practices, it's crucial to understand them within their historical context. The harsh punishments and strict code of conduct were integral to maintaining the social order and discipline that defined the samurai class for centuries. While we may find some of these practices shocking today, they were deeply ingrained in the culture and values of feudal Japan. While samurai were revered warriors, their relationship with the peasant class was often complex and, at times, brutal. Let's explore the concept of samurai justice and how it affected the common people of feudal Japan. In theory, samurai were bound by a strict code of honor known as Bushido, which emphasized virtues like loyalty, duty, and compassion. However, in practice, the application of these ideals varied greatly, especially when it came to interactions with the lower classes. One of the most infamous aspects of samurai authority was the right of Kiri-suit gomen, or permission to cut and leave. This privilege allowed a samurai to strike down a commoner who had insulted their honor with little to no consequences. Imagine walking down a dirt road, your arms laden with freshly harvested rice. Suddenly, a samurai approaches, his hand resting on the hilt of his katana. You bow deeply, careful not to make eye contact, but in your haste, you accidentally bump into him. The samurai, feeling dishonored, draws his sword. While not all samurai exercised this right, its very existence created a climate of fear and subservience among the peasant population. The threat of swift and deadly retribution hung over every interaction between classes. However, it's important to note that many samurai took their role as protectors seriously. Some lords implemented strict codes of conduct for their retainers, punishing those who abused their power over the common people. For instance, in the domain of Okayama, Lord Aikta Mitsumasa established a system where peasants could file complaints against abusive samurai. If found guilty, the samurai could face severe punishment, including ritual suicide. This system, while not perfect, provided some recourse for the lower classes and helped maintain a delicate balance between the ruling warriors and the food-producing peasants. Another aspect of samurai justice that affected peasant life was the concept of collective punishment. If a crime was committed in a village and the perpetrator couldn't be found, entire communities could face consequences. Imagine the tension in a small farming village when a local storehouse was robbed. The samurai investigators arrive, their stern faces promising retribution. The villagers huddle together, each praying that the thief will be caught before they all suffer for one person's crime. This practice, while harsh, was intended to encourage communities to police themselves and maintain order without constant samurai oversight. However, it often led to distrust and division among neighbors. Despite these challenges, some samurai went to great lengths to ensure fair treatment of the peasant class. The famous swordsman Miyamoto Musashi, in his later years, became known for his just governance and protection of farmers in his domain. It's crucial to understand that the relationship between samurai and peasants wasn't uniformly oppressive. Many samurai recognized that a prosperous and content peasantry was essential for the stability and wealth of their domains. As we reflect on this complex dynamic, we can see how the concept of samurai justice shaped every aspect of feudal Japanese society, from daily interactions to the very structure of rural communities. While the samurai code of honor, known as Bushido, emphasized loyalty and duty, it also placed great importance on justice and conflict resolution. Samurai were not just warriors, but often served as mediators and judges in their communities. Let's explore how these skilled swordsmen approached the delicate art of settling disputes. In feudal Japan, samurai were often called upon to resolve conflicts between commoners, merchants, and even other samurai. Their approach to justice was a blend of strict adherence to moral codes and practical problem solving. One fascinating aspect of samurai conflict resolution was the concept of jieri, or social obligation. Jieri played a crucial role in how samurai approached disputes. It emphasized the importance of maintaining harmony within society, even at personal cost. This meant that samurai mediators would often seek solutions that preserved the honor and face of all parties involved, rather than simply determining a winner and loser. One common method of conflict resolution was the use of a neutral third party, often a respected elder samurai or local lord. This mediator would hear both sides of the dispute and then propose a solution that aimed to restore balance and maintain social order. The goal was not just to end the immediate conflict, but to prevent future discord as well. Interestingly, samurai mediators often employed a technique we might recognize today as interest-based negotiation. They would try to understand the underlying needs and motivations of each party, rather than focusing solely on their stated positions. This approach allowed for more creative and mutually beneficial solutions. For example, in a land dispute between two farmers, a samurai mediator might propose a shared irrigation system that would benefit both parties, rather than simply dividing the contested land. This solution not only resolved the immediate conflict, but also fostered cooperation and improved agricultural productivity. Of course, not all conflicts could be resolved peacefully. In cases where honor was at stake, or when peaceful mediation failed, samurai had a structured system for duels called aijutsu. These formal confrontations were governed by strict rules and etiquette, designed to minimize unnecessary bloodshed, while still allowing for the resolution of serious disputes. It's important to note that resorting to violence was generally seen as a last resort. The ideal samurai was expected to be as skilled in diplomacy and conflict resolution as they were with a sword. This balanced approach to justice helped maintain social order and stability in feudal Japan for centuries. The samurai approach to conflict resolution has left a lasting legacy in Japanese culture. Many modern Japanese businesses and organizations still emphasize harmony and consensus building in their decision-making processes, echoing the principles of Jiri and the samurai mediator's role. As we reflect on the samurai's approach to justice and conflict resolution, we can see that their methods were far more nuanced and sophisticated than mere brute force. Their ability to balance honor, duty, and practical problem-solving offers valuable lessons even in our modern world, reminding us of the power of thoughtful mediation and the importance of seeking solutions that benefit the whole community. As we conclude our journey through the world of samurai justice, we're left with a profound appreciation for the complex moral code that governed these legendary warriors. The Bushido, or Way of the Warrior, was more than just a set of rules. It was a philosophy that permeated every aspect of a samurai's life, shaping their decisions, actions, and ultimate fate. We've seen how justice could be swift and severe, with seppuku serving as both punishment and a means of preserving honor. Yet, we've also witnessed instances of mercy and wisdom in samurai judgments. The story of the 47 Ronin exemplifies the complexity of samurai justice. These masterless samurai walked a fine line between loyalty and lawlessness, ultimately choosing to avenge their master despite the consequences. Their actions, while technically illegal, were viewed by many as the epitome of samurai honor. This paradox highlights the nuanced nature of justice in feudal Japan. We've also explored how samurai justice extended beyond the warrior class, influencing the entire social structure of Japan. The samurai's role as both protectors and administrators of justice shaped the nation's legal and ethical foundations. It's important to remember that while samurai justice may seem harsh or alien to our modern sensibilities, it was a product of its time and culture. The emphasis on honor, loyalty, and self-discipline created a unique system of justice that continues to fascinate us today. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the enduring legacy of the samurai. Their code of honor and justice, while no longer practiced, still echoes through Japanese culture and captivates the global imagination. Perhaps in our dreams, we'll walk alongside these noble warriors, gaining a deeper understanding of their world and the complex moral decisions they faced. Good night, and may your sleep be filled with the wisdom of the samurai. As we leave behind the tale of the Ronin's daring escape, we turn our attention to another aspect of samurai life that often goes unnoticed. In the shadows of Japan's feudal era, there existed a group of warriors whose lives were shrouded in mystery and danger. These were the shinobi, more commonly known to us as ninjas. As Japan's isolation policy began to crumble, the samurai faced a new challenge: foreign contact. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 marked a turning point, forcing the nation to confront a rapidly changing world. This encounter would ultimately lead to the downfall of the samurai class and usher in a new era for Japan. As the 16th century dawned, Japan's isolation was about to be challenged by an unexpected arrival from the West. In 1543, a Chinese junk carrying Portuguese traders accidentally landed on the island of Tanegashima, off the coast of Kyushu. This chance encounter would mark the beginning of Japan's first sustained contact with Europeans, ushering in a period of significant cultural exchange and technological advancement. The Portuguese, known as Nambanjin or Southern Barbarians by the Japanese, brought with them a revolutionary piece of technology that would forever change the face of warfare in Japan: the arquebus. The arquebus, a primitive firearm, quickly caught the attention of the local daimyo, Tanegashima Takataka. Recognizing its potential, he purchased 2 of these weapons from the Portuguese and ordered his swordsmith to reverse engineer them. Within a year, Japanese gunsmiths were producing their own firearms, which spread rapidly across the country. The introduction of firearms had a profound impact on samurai warfare. Traditional armor became obsolete, and battle tactics had to be completely reimagined. Some samurai initially resisted the use of guns, viewing them as dishonorable weapons that required little skill. However, pragmatism eventually won out, and firearms became an integral part of Japanese armies. But the Portuguese brought more than just guns. They introduced new foods, such as tempura and cassella cake, which were quickly adopted into Japanese cuisine. They also brought Christianity, with Jesuit missionaries arriving in 1549, led by the famous Francis Xavier. The spread of Christianity in Japan was initially tolerated and even encouraged by some daimyo, who saw it as a way to counter the influence of Buddhist institutions. However, this tolerance would not last, as future shoguns would come to view the religion as a threat to their power. The Portuguese also facilitated trade between Japan and other parts of Asia, particularly China. Japanese silver was highly prized, and in return, Japan received silk, porcelain, and other luxury goods. This trade network, known as the Nanban trade, brought significant wealth to certain daimyo and merchants. However, the Portuguese influence was not without controversy. Some Japanese leaders became increasingly wary of the Europeans' motives, fearing colonization, attempts similar to what was happening in other parts of Asia. This suspicion would eventually lead to policies of isolation in the following century. The arrival of the Portuguese marked the beginning of Japan's complex relationship with the West. It was a period of rapid change and cultural exchange that would have lasting effects on Japanese society, from its military tactics to its cuisine and religious landscape. As Japan's isolation began to crumble in the mid-19th century, the arrival of foreign powers brought with it a technological revolution that would forever change the face of warfare in the land of the rising sun. The introduction of firearms, particularly advanced Western models, marked a pivotal moment in samurai history. In 1543, Portuguese traders first introduced arquebuses to Japan, sparking initial interest. However, it wasn't until the 1850s, with the forceful opening of Japan by Commodore Matthew Perry and his black ships, that the true impact of firearms became apparent. The samurai class, long accustomed to the supremacy of the sword, found themselves facing a new reality. The Tokugawa shogunate, recognizing the potential threat and advantage of these weapons, began to invest heavily in firearms. They established foundries and arsenals to produce their own guns, while also importing Western models. This marked the beginning of a rapid modernization of Japan's military capabilities. By the 1860s, during the tumultuous period known as the Bakumatsu, firearms had become a common sight on Japanese battlefields. The traditional samurai, with their swords and bows, found themselves increasingly outmatched by soldiers armed with rifles and cannons. This shift in military technology played a crucial role in the conflicts of the era, including the Boshin War of 1860-81-869. One particularly notable example of this change was the Battle of Toba-Fushimi in 1868. This engagement, which marked the beginning of the Boshin War, saw imperial forces armed with modern firearms facing off against the shogunate's troops. The superior firepower of the imperial side proved decisive, demonstrating the new reality of warfare in Japan. The adoption of firearms wasn't just a matter of acquiring new weapons. It required a fundamental shift in military tactics and training. The samurai, who had spent their lives perfecting the art of swordsmanship and individual combat, now had to learn to fight in formation and use these new weapons effectively. This transition wasn't always smooth. Many samurai initially resisted the use of firearms, seeing them as dishonorable or beneath their warrior status. There are accounts of samurai who refused to use guns, preferring to charge into battle with their swords, often with tragic results. However, pragmatism eventually won out. By the time of the Meiji Restoration in 1868, the writing was on the wall for traditional samurai warfare. The new Meiji government, eager to modernize Japan and catch up with Western powers, invested heavily in creating a modern, Western-style army equipped with the latest firearms. This shift had profound implications for the samurai class. Their traditional skills, honed over centuries, were suddenly obsolete in the face of modern warfare. The samurai found themselves at a crossroads, forced to adapt to a new world or face irrelevance. The adoption of firearms in Japan serves as a poignant reminder of how technological advancements can rapidly and dramatically alter the course of history. For the samurai, it marked the beginning of the end of their era, ushering in a new age of warfare and society in Japan. As Japan's isolation began to crumble, foreign influences seeped into the country, bringing with them new ideas and beliefs. One of the most significant of these was Christianity, which arrived with Portuguese missionaries in the 16th century. Initially, the Christian faith found a receptive audience among some samurai and even daimyo. The novel teachings and the promise of salvation appealed to those seeking spiritual fulfillment beyond traditional Japanese beliefs. However, this period of relative openness was short-lived. The Tokugawa shogunate, wary of foreign influence and the potential threat to their power, began to view Christianity with suspicion. They feared that loyalty to a foreign god might undermine loyalty to the shogun and the emperor. In 1614, Tokugawa Ieyasu issued an edict banning Christianity throughout Japan. This marked the beginning of a brutal period of persecution for Japanese Christians, including those from samurai families who had converted. The shogunate employed various methods to root out Christians. One particularly cruel technique was the fumi, where suspected Christians were forced to step on an image of Jesus or the Virgin Mary. Those who refused were arrested, tortured, or executed. Some samurai who had converted faced a harrowing choice: renounce their faith or face severe consequences. Many chose to practice their religion in secret, becoming what are known as hidden Christians or Kakyur Kurishiten. These hidden Christians developed intricate ways to conceal their faith. They created statues of the Virgin Mary, disguised as the Buddhist Bodhisattva canon, and used coded language in their prayers to avoid detection. The persecution reached its peak with the Shimabara Rebellion of 1630-71638. This uprising, led by mostly Christian peasants and Ronin, was brutally suppressed by the shogunate. The aftermath saw even stricter enforcement of anti-Christian policies. For samurai who remained Christian or were discovered, the consequences were severe. They could be stripped of their status, exiled, or even executed. Some chose to become Ronin rather than renounce their faith, living precarious lives on the margins of society. The ban on Christianity remained in effect until the Meiji Restoration in 1868, nearly 2.5 centuries later. During this time, the faith was kept alive by the hidden Christians, who passed their beliefs down through generations in secret. The story of Christianity in feudal Japan is a testament to the complex interplay between foreign influences, traditional Japanese culture, and the rigid social and political structures of the time. It also highlights the incredible resilience of those who held onto their faith in the face of overwhelming adversity. As we delve deeper into the world of samurai and Ronin, we must consider the broader context of Japan during this era. One of the most significant policies that shaped the lives of these warriors was the sakoku, or isolation policy, implemented by the Tokugawa shogunate in the early 17th century. This policy, which lasted for over 2 centuries, had a profound impact on Japanese society, including the samurai class. The Sakoku Edict of 1635 effectively closed Japan's borders, severely limiting contact with the outside world. As a Ronin during this period, you would have found yourself in a Japan that was deliberately cut off from foreign influences. Under the isolation policy, Japanese citizens were forbidden from leaving the country, and foreigners were largely barred from entering. The only exception was a small Dutch trading post on the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki Harbor. This strict control over foreign contact meant that as a Ronin, your world would have been confined to the Japanese archipelago. The isolation policy had several significant consequences for Ronin and the broader samurai class. First, it limited their exposure to new military technologies and tactics from the West. While European nations were rapidly advancing their weaponry and warfare strategies, Japan remained relatively static in its military development. This technological stagnation would have affected you as a Ronin in several ways. Your training and combat skills would have been based on traditional Japanese martial arts, without the influence of Western fighting styles or weapons. This could have put you at a disadvantage if you ever encountered foreign adversaries, or if Japan's isolation eventually ended. Moreover, the isolation policy reinforced the rigid social hierarchy of feudal Japan. As a Ronin, you would have found it extremely difficult to change your social status or seek opportunities outside the traditional samurai role. The lack of foreign trade and cultural exchange meant fewer chances for alternative employment or lifestyle choices. The policy also had economic implications. With limited foreign trade, Japan's economy became largely self-sufficient, but also somewhat stagnant. For a Ronin struggling to make ends meet, This economic environment could have made it even more challenging to find work or financial stability. However, it's worth noting that the isolation policy did have some benefits for Japanese culture. It allowed for the preservation and refinement of traditional arts, crafts, and customs. As a Ronin, you might have found solace in pursing these cultural practices, such as poetry, calligraphy, or tea ceremony, which were highly valued in samurai society. In conclusion, the Sakoku policy created a unique environment for Ronin and all of Japanese society. While it protected Japan from foreign invasion and preserved its cultural identity, it also limited opportunities and technological advancement. As a Ronin in this isolated Japan, you would have faced both unique challenges and opportunities, navigating a world that was deliberately cut off from the rapidly changing global landscape. As we delve deeper into the fascinating world of samurai history, we encounter a pivotal period of cultural exchange that would shape Japan's future. The era of Dutch relations during Japan's isolation period presents a unique chapter in samurai lore. In 1639, the Tokugawa shogunate implemented the Sakoku policy, effectively closing Japan off from the outside world. However, one small window remained open: a tiny artificial island in Nagasaki Harbor called Dejima. This Dutch trading post became Japan's sole point of contact with the Western world for over 2 centuries. The Dutch East India Company, or VOC, maintained a presence on Dejima, bringing with them not just trade goods, but also knowledge of Western science, technology, and culture. This influx of information, known as Rangaku, or Dutch learning, had a profound impact on Japanese society, including the samurai class. Samurai, particularly those of lower rank, found themselves drawn to this new source of knowledge. Many became interpreters, translators, and scholars of Dutch texts, bridging the gap between East and West. These samurai played a crucial role in Japan's modernization, as they were often the first to learn about advancements in medicine, astronomy, and military technology. One notable example is Sujita Genpaku, a samurai physician who, along with his colleagues, translated a Dutch anatomy textbook into Japanese. This groundbreaking work, Kaidai Shinsho, revolutionized Japanese medical knowledge and marked a significant departure from traditional Chinese-influenced practices. The Dutch presence also influenced samurai artistry. The technique of copper plate etching, introduced by the Dutch, was quickly adopted by Japanese artists, including those from samurai families. This led to the development of new artistic styles that blended Western techniques with traditional Japanese aesthetics. However, the relationship between the Dutch and the samurai was not always smooth. Strict regulations governed interactions, and samurai officials closely monitored all activities on Dejima. The Dutch were forbidden from leaving the island without permission, and their movements were heavily restricted when allowed on the mainland. Despite these limitations, some samurai developed close relationships with Dutch traders and scholars. These connections often led to clandestine exchanges of knowledge and goods, sometimes at great personal risk. The pursuit of Western learning became so intense that some samurai were willing to face severe punishment, including death, for their involvement in unauthorized studies. As Japan approached the end of its isolation period in the mid-19th century, the knowledge gained through Dutch relations proved invaluable. Samurai who had studied Dutch learning were at the forefront of Japan's rapid modernization during the Meiji Restoration. The legacy of this unique period of cultural exchange can still be seen in modern Japan. The blend of Eastern and Western influences that began during the Dutch trading era continues to shape Japanese culture, technology, and society to this day. As we conclude our exploration of foreign contact with the samurai, it's important to reflect on the profound impact these interactions had on Japanese society and the warrior class itself. The arrival of European traders and missionaries in the 16th century marked a turning point in Japan's history, introducing new technologies, religions, and ideas that would forever change the landscape of the island nation. The samurai, ever adaptable, found themselves at the forefront of these changes. Many embraced the new firearms brought by the Portuguese, quickly incorporating them into their arsenal and tactics. This technological leap would have far-reaching consequences, altering the very nature of warfare in Japan and challenging traditional notions of honor and combat. However, the influx of foreign influence also brought about a period of intense cultural anxiety. The Tokugawa shogunate, wary of the potential threat to their power, eventually implemented the policy of sakoku, or national isolation. This drastic measure effectively cut off Japan from the outside world for over 2 centuries, with only limited contact allowed through carefully controlled trading posts. During this period of isolation, the samurai class underwent significant changes. Without external conflicts to fight, many turned their attention to administrative roles, scholarship, and the arts. The way of the warrior evolved into a more philosophical and cultural pursuit, giving rise to the refined aesthetic we often associate with samurai culture today. When Japan finally reopened to the world in the mid-19th century, the samurai found themselves in a rapidly modernizing society. The Meiji Restoration brought about the end of the feudal system, and with it, the official dissolution of the samurai class. Yet, the spirit and values of the samurai continued to influence Japanese culture and identity long after their time had passed. In reflecting on the samurai's encounters with the outside world, we see a complex tapestry of adaptation, resistance, and transformation. Their story serves as a powerful reminder of how external influences can shape even the most entrenched traditions, and how a society's response to such changes can define its path for generations to come. As we leave behind the tale of the samurai's loyalty to his daimyo, we turn our attention to another fascinating aspect of feudal Japan. In our next story, we'll explore the intriguing world of ninja espionage and their secretive techniques. Prepare yourself for a journey into the shadows, where stealth and deception reign supreme. The legacy of the samurai and Ronin continues to captivate our modern world. From movies and video games to martial arts and philosophy, their influence reaches far beyond feudal Japan. Let's explore how these warriors shape our culture today. The legacy of the samurai and Ronin extends far beyond their historical era, captivating modern imaginations through cinema and popular culture. Let's explore how these legendary warriors have been portrayed on the silver screen, shaping our contemporary understanding of their code and way of life. One of the most influential filmmakers to bring samurai stories to global audiences was Akira Kurosawa. His 1954 masterpiece, Seven Samurai, not only showcased the honor and skill of these warriors, but also highlighted the complex social dynamics of feudal Japan. The film's portrayal of Ronin, masterless samurai hired to protect a village, became a template for countless adaptations and homages in Western cinema. Another iconic representation came in the form of the Lone Wolf and Cub series, based on the manga by Kazuo Koike and Gosuke Kajima. These films, starting in 1972, followed the adventures of Agami Ito, a former executioner turned Ronin, and his young son. They perfectly captured the blend of honor, skill, and tragedy often associated with the Ronin lifestyle. In the West, the samurai mythos found new life in unexpected places. The 1980 television series, Shogun, based on James Clavell's novel, introduced many Western viewers to the intricacies of samurai culture. Though not without its inaccuracies, it sparked a renewed interest in Japanese history and the samurai way of life. More recently, films like The Last Samurai in 2003, while romanticized and not entirely historically accurate, brought the end of the samurai era to mainstream Western audiences. It highlighted the clash between traditional samurai values and the rapid modernization of Japan in the late 19th century. Japanese cinema continues to explore the samurai legacy with films like Takashi Miike's 13 Assassins in 2010, which reinvigorated the genre with its intense action and exploration of duty versus morality. These modern interpretations often delve deeper into the psychological aspects of the samurai code and its relevance in contemporary society. Anime and manga have also played a significant role in keeping samurai and Ronin stories alive for new generations. Series like Rurouni Kenshin and samurai champloo blend historical settings with modern sensibilities, often using the samurai archetype to explore themes of redemption, honor, and the search for purpose in a changing world. Even in non-Japanese media, the influence of samurai and Ronin storytelling is evident. George Lucas famously drew inspiration from Kurosawa's works for Star Wars, with the Jedi Order bearing many similarities to idealized samurai. This cross-cultural pollination has led to a global appreciation for the samurai ethos, often distilled to its most romantic and heroic elements. As we consume these cinematic representations, it's important to remember that they often present an idealized or dramatized version of historical reality. While they capture the spirit and many of the values associated with samurai and Ronin, the day-to-day life of these warriors was likely far less glamorous and more grueling than what we see on screen. Nevertheless, these films and shows serve an important purpose. They keep the legacy of the samurai alive, allowing us to explore timeless themes of honor, duty, and personal sacrifice through the lens of these legendary warriors. As we drift off to sleep, let these stories of samurai and Ronin remind us of the enduring power of their code and the lasting impact they've had on our cultural imagination. The legacy of the samurai extends far beyond their historical era, deeply influencing modern martial arts and popular culture. Let's explore how these ancient warriors have shaped the world we know today. One of the most significant impacts of samurai culture can be seen in the realm of martial arts. Many traditional Japanese martial arts, or Budo, trace their roots directly to the combat techniques developed by samurai over centuries of warfare and training. Take, for example, Kendo, the way of the sword. This modern martial art is a direct descendant of Kenjutsu, the sword fighting techniques used by samurai in battle. Practitioners of Kendo wear protective armor reminiscent of samurai gear and use bamboo swords to simulate the katana. Similarly, Iaido, the art of drawing the sword, originated from the samurai's need to quickly unsheath their blades in surprise attacks or ambushes. Today, Iaido focuses on precise, controlled movements and spiritual discipline, embodying the samurai's philosophy of merging mind and body. Jujutsu, another martial art with samurai origins, emphasizes using an opponent's strength against them. This technique was particularly useful for samurai who found themselves disarmed in battle. Modern Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Judo both trace their lineage back to these ancient Japanese fighting methods. But the influence of samurai extends beyond just combat techniques. The philosophical aspects of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, have permeated many modern martial arts. Concepts like discipline, respect, and self-improvement are central tenets in dojos around the world. Even popular sports like archery owe a debt to samurai tradition. The art of kyudo, or Japanese archery, emphasizes form, breathing, and mental focus, all elements that were crucial to samurai archers on the battlefield. Moving beyond martial arts, the image of the samurai has become a powerful symbol in popular culture. From movies and anime to video games and literature, the stoic warrior in his distinctive armor, wielding a katana, has captured the imagination of people worldwide. Acclaimed films like Akira Kurosawa's Seven Samurai have not only popularized samurai stories, but also influenced Western cinema, inspiring remakes like The Magnificent Seven. The theme of the lone, honorable warrior fighting against injustice resonates across cultures and time periods. In the realm of anime and manga, series like Rurouni Kenshin and Samurai Champloo have introduced new generations to samurai lore, often blending historical elements with fantasy and modern themes. Video games, too, have embraced samurai culture. Titles like Ghost of Tsushima and the Nioh series allow players to step into the sandals of these legendary warriors, exploring richly detailed historical settings and engaging in intense sword combat. The aesthetic of samurai armor and weaponry continues to inspire fashion and design. From high-end couture to streetwear, elements of samurai style can be seen in modern clothing and accessories. The sleek lines of the katana have influenced everything from car designs to architecture. In the business world, many leadership books and corporate training programs draw inspiration from Bushido principles. The samurai's emphasis on loyalty, duty, and strategic thinking is often cited as a model for modern management practices. As we can see, the legacy of the samurai is far-reaching and enduring. Their influence on martial arts, popular culture, and even business philosophy demonstrates the timeless appeal of their code of honor and discipline. The way of the samurai continues to shape our world in subtle, yet significant ways. The legacy of the samurai extends far beyond the battlefields of feudal Japan. In modern times, their principles and philosophies have found new life in an unexpected arena, the world of business. Many contemporary business leaders and entrepreneurs have drawn inspiration from the samurai code of conduct, known as Bushido. This ancient warrior philosophy, with its emphasis on loyalty, honor, and self-discipline, has proven remarkably adaptable to the challenges of the modern corporate world. One of the key samurai principles that resonates in today's business environment is makoto, or sincerity. In an age where trust is a valuable commodity, the samurai ideal of absolute honesty and integrity in all dealings has become a cornerstone of ethical business practices. Another crucial concept is meiyo, or honor. For samurai, maintaining one's reputation was paramount. In the business world, This translates to building and protecting a company's brand and reputation, which can often be its most valuable asset. The samurai principle of Jaisai, or self-control, is particularly relevant in high-pressure corporate environments. Just as a samurai had to remain calm in the heat of battle, modern executives must maintain composure and make rational decisions under stress. Chugi, or loyalty, is another samurai virtue that has found new meaning in business. While the feudal concept of unwavering loyalty to a lord may seem outdated, the idea of fostering loyalty among employees and customers is crucial for long-term success. The concept of continuous improvement, or kaizen, has its roots in samurai philosophy. This idea of constant refinement of skills and processes has become a fundamental principle in modern manufacturing and management practices. Even the samurai's emphasis on strategy and tactical thinking has parallels in business. The teachings of legendary samurai like Miyamoto Musashi are studied by executives looking to gain a competitive edge in the marketplace. Perhaps most importantly, the samurai ideal of serving a greater purpose beyond oneself resonates with modern concepts of corporate social responsibility. Many businesses now strive to balance profit with positive contributions to society, much like how samurai sought to serve their lords and communities. This adoption of samurai principles in business is not just limited to Japan. Companies and leaders worldwide have embraced these ancient warrior virtues, adapting them to suit the needs of a globalized economy. From Silicon Valley startups to multinational corporations, the influence of samurai philosophy can be seen in leadership styles, corporate cultures, and business strategies. It's a testament to the enduring wisdom of these ancient warriors that their code of conduct continues to inspire and guide people in entirely different fields, centuries after the last samurai hung up his sword. As we navigate the complex and often cutthroat world of modern business, the timeless principles of the samurai offer a framework for ethical, disciplined, and purposeful conduct. It's a reminder that even in our fast-paced, technology-driven world, there's still much we can learn from the warriors of old. The legacy of the samurai and Ronin continues to captivate modern audiences, influencing not only popular culture, but also tourism in Japan. Many historical sites associated with these legendary warriors have become major attractions, drawing visitors from around the world. One such place is the city of Kamakura, once the seat of the Kamakura shogunate. This ancient capital is home to numerous temples and shrines that were frequented by samurai, including the iconic Great Buddha statue at Kadokuin Temple. Tourists flock to these sites, eager to walk in the footsteps of the warriors who shaped Japan's history. In Kyoto, the former imperial capital, visitors can explore the Nijo Castle, built by Tokugawa Ieyasu. Its nightingale floors, designed to chirp when walked upon to warn of intruders, offer a tangible connection to the paranoia and security measures of the samurai era. The castle's ornate interiors provide a glimpse into the opulent lives of high-ranking samurai. For those interested in the tale of the 47 Ronin, a visit to Sengakujai Temple in Tokyo is a must. This temple houses the graves of these loyal warriors who avenged their master's death, becoming symbols of unwavering loyalty and the Bushido Code. Each December, the temple hosts a festival commemorating their story, attracting thousands of visitors. The city of Meiji boasts one of Japan's most magnificent castles, Meiji Castle, also known as the White Heron Castle. This World Heritage Site is a prime example of Japanese castle architecture and a testament to the engineering skills of the samurai era. Its maze-like defenses and hidden rooms showcase the strategic mindset of these warriors. In recent years, samurai experiences have become increasingly popular among tourists. In cities like Tokyo and Kyoto, visitors can don traditional samurai armor, learn basic sword techniques, and even participate in mock battles. These interactive experiences offer a hands-on approach to understanding the discipline and skills required of these warriors. The impact of samurai tourism extends beyond historical sites. Many local economies have benefited from the increased interest, with artisans crafting replica swords, armor, and other samurai-themed souvenirs. Traditional martial arts schools have also seen a surge in foreign students eager to learn authentic samurai techniques. However, this tourism boom has also raised concerns about the commodification of samurai culture. Critics argue that some experiences oversimplify or romanticize the complex realities of samurai life, potentially leading to misunderstandings about Japanese history and culture. Despite these concerns, the enduring fascination with samurai and Ronin continues to draw people to Japan, fostering cultural exchange and contributing significantly to the country's tourism industry. As visitors walk through ancient castle grounds or stand before the graves of legendary warriors, they forge a connection with a bygone era that continues to shape Japan's identity in the modern world. The legacy of the samurai and Ronin extends far beyond the battlefields of feudal Japan. Their philosophical teachings and code of conduct continue to captivate and inspire people around the world, even centuries after the last samurai hung up their swords. The concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior, has found new life in modern times. Its principles of loyalty, honor, duty, and self-discipline resonate with many who seek guidance in navigating the complexities of contemporary life. In business, leaders often draw upon samurai wisdom to cultivate resilience and strategic thinking. The art of war as penned by Sun Tzu, remains a staple in corporate boardrooms and military academies alike. Martial arts dojos worldwide keep alive the physical traditions of the samurai, teaching not just combat techniques, but also the mental fortitude and spiritual balance that were integral to the warrior's way of life. In popular culture, samurai and Ronin continue to be portrayed in films, books, and video games, often romanticized, but still serving as powerful symbols of dedication and skill. Perhaps most importantly, the samurai ethos of continuous self-improvement and unwavering commitment to one's principles serves as a timeless guide for personal growth and ethical living. As we reflect on the challenges faced by the samurai and Ronin of old, we can draw inspiration from their resilience and adaptability. Their stories remind us that even in the face of adversity and changing times, T-historic yawns. In this way, the spirit of the samurai lives on, not as a relic of the past, but as a philosophical framework that continues to shape and influence our modern world.